I'ma morning, everyone. I will start inviting you to please join us in the plenary room so we can start the second day of this event. Please join us in the plenary room. Hello, everyone, once again. I would like to invite you to join us in the plenary room so we can start our day.
Welcome.
One last time, I would like to invite you to take a seat and be ready for the starting of the second day of the new European Bauhaus in regions and cities. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the event, New European Bauhaus in regions and cities. It's very good to have you here for another interesting day of discussions on the New European Bauhaus. I hope your spirits are high, because today the waiting is over. We will announce today the winners of the NEB Prizes 2023, but also the winners of the Call for Innovative Actions of the European Urban Initiative. And of course, we'll continue our discussions about how to better implement the new European Bauhaus across regions and cities. But maybe, Tatiana, you can walk us a bit better through the program of today.
Yes, thank you, Gonçalo. So soon we'll have Commissioner Ferreira join us here at the stage to give an opening message. And then we have 2 testimonials from prizes winners from 2021 and 2022. Then we have a high-level panel to discuss the new European Bauhaus in regions and cities. After lunch, we're going to have 3 parallel thematic sessions. One is going to be in European Bauhaus and the green transition. Another one, the learning and upskilling in the construction sector. So how to create how to bring the NEB spirit to the construction sector. And finally, we're going to have a session on the European Bauhaus Compass. And then, the very exciting and awaited moment, the award ceremony.
Well said. But just to remind you that this is not an isolated event about the European Bauhaus. In fact, it is another milestone in a set of events where we gather together the NEB community to discuss sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusiveness. And just last month, we also had one of these events in Venice, in the Biennale of Architecture, where we brought for the first time the European Bauhaus to this event to see, with architects, how we can make architecture also more sustainable, inclusive, and aesthetically pleasant for everyone. Let's go to Venice first before we land here in Brussels again to see how it was last month.
If we are able to transform the built environment, when we can transform our society in something that will live and flourish also for the next millions of years, actually.
It is an enormous privilege to join you here in the breathtaking city of Venice. I have the pleasure to be here with my commissioner, Elisa Ferreira, and I feel very honored to be here at the Biennale, one of the most important events for architects and designers. I'm deeply convinced we must make nature our ally, otherwise we'll never manage to fight really climate change. Beauty and sustainability must be for everyone, thus inclusive.
Give power to the people to reshape and rebuild the future.
I've come to understand the architect as the ultimate negotiator, the ultimate facilitator, in some ways often the ultimate peacemaker.
This is a community of more than 1,000 members, now joining efforts to build local chapters, as the President mentioned today, across Europe, in a true spirit of solidarity and cooperation and exchange of experiences. For the 3rd year in a row, I will also have the pleasure to award the new European Bauhaus Prize winners. And I invite all of you to join our next one on the 22nd of June in Brussels. I hope to see you soon again and at the new European Bauhaus Festival in the spring of 2024.
And here we meet again. And without further ado, let me introduce you and welcome to the stage the Commissioner of Cohesion and Reform, Ms. Elisa Ferreira.
Well, good morning, everyone. And I can see that I invited you from Venice, and here you are. So thank you for coming. And welcome, in fact, to this event dedicated to the new European Bauhaus in European regions and cities. And a big thank you to them, to Gonçalo and to Tatiana, because they are really very, very professional. As you can see, they have been doing this for all their life. And so here they are as very, very professional people. And as promised, the day has come for the new edition of the Bauhaus prizes, as the video just recalled us. As we saw, the new European Bauhaus is a collection of experiences, projects, milestones. We are building together as a community, the latest chapter of which were the exchanges, in fact, at the Venice Biennale. And having been there, it was really a bit emotional to see this high-level meeting that values quality, beauty in our lives and in our architecture, recognize the value added of this European initiative of the new European Bauhaus. And as they already anticipated, today's event is thus part of a series where we have been working together as a NAB community. I think we should start recognizing this. There is a NAB community, seeking contributions from architects, from experts, and a lot of grassroots initiatives. In 3 years since the start of this initiative, let's wait, yeah? In 3 years since the start of the initiative, this enthusiasm and great energy has grown so much that it is impossible to list all the stops in the road that took us here. Phase by phase, bit by bit, we have come through a road, and the road is becoming bigger and the community is enlarging. The days that we dedicate to European regions and cities is an inseparable node in this chain of events and actions. Events and actions to change Europe and to try to influence the world for the better, towards a greener, climate-neutral economy that at the same time is inclusive and offering a high-quality, sustainable solution for all. I recall here Maria Gabriel, that now has been promoted to higher functions, but that traditionally used to share this floor with me, because she used to say something very nice, that it was, if we talk about Green Deal in general, you think that Green Deal is for the others, for the governments, doesn't matter. But if you want to put a soul in the Green Deal, you have got to come to the ground, you have got to come to the people, to the everyday life of people. And that's what we are trying to do, to move from abstract concepts into concrete ways to improve the life of people. And cohesion policy is ideally placed, in fact, to contribute to this common effort, because we work at the regional and at the local level. We talk about the development policies as a place-based policy. So we have to come to the ground. And we have got this tradition, we can call it partnership, but to engage, to involve local authorities, local communities, connecting the different dots that make the new European Bauhaus a true movement, a movement of spirit, but a movement of action. And in fact, the relationship with cohesion policy is absolutely natural and immediate, because if we are going to support financially the development of regions, let's do it well, let's do it right. And I am very pleased, and this is why I really value these events, to welcome today here we see ministers, we see mayors, we see members of the parliaments, in particular the European Parliament, we see managing authorities, we see practitioners implementing cohesion policy programs. And if they are embodied with this spirit, they will do things differently, so to speak, in a better way. It's important to note that all 27 member states of the European Union, as you know, they make a contract with the Commission with the broad lines of how they want to develop their regions and the countries, of course, using the funding for 21-27, so multi-annual funding. And it is very interesting to note that all 27 member states have introduced in their proposals a reference to Bauhaus, to new European Bauhaus, be it as a logic embodying and integrating the whole plan, or in specific operational programs. So this lays the foundation for more Bauhaus projects on the ground, at the regional, at local level, supported by cohesion operational programs. I hope that by working together, leveraging from each other's experience, we can ensure more sustainable, inclusive and high-quality investments all throughout Europe. And over the past 3 years, we have built a solid foundation for such action. Cohesion policy provided technical assistance, and we supported them, 20 small and medium municipalities to help them to develop local NEB projects. Why? Because we don't want this to be just for the big centers, just for the developed areas. Everybody has a contribution to give. And in fact, this is going on, and we'll check how it went. We will hear from them today, and we hope that they will inspire others to follow and get the support of regional authorities to turn these excellent concepts into reality. Cohesion policy also launched its first dedicated new European Bauhaus call for innovative actions under the European Urban Initiative. So a direct support from the Commission to illustrate certain projects or certain plans of certain cities in order really to give this stimulus for the things we want to make visible. And this is what Gonçalo and Tatiana, they were mentioning, that we'll have the pleasure to announce today. The cities where a total of 65 million euros of investment will support inclusive, sustainable, and of course, high-quality urban regeneration, affordable housing, cultural heritage, and circular construction. We need this type of sizable investment embodying the new European Bauhaus values. But the prize is a symbol, is a stimulus, because our ultimate interest is that this becomes a kind of inspiration that then changes the way of doing things all across the different cities and the different communities. And most importantly, we have today the 2023 New European Bauhaus Prize ceremony. We will welcome, and I want to welcome, the 61 finalists. Thank you to all of you for your ideas, your innovations, your inspiration. Welcome also to previous finalists and to previous winners who are here today. A lot of them are among you and continue to inspire us. Welcome to the 14 cities that will carry out projects under the new European Bauhaus Innovative Actions, the winners of these 65 million euros that will be allocated to this project that I just referred to. And also to the representatives of the Hauts-de-France region and all those involved in the management, because they are managing, helping us to manage this initiative, the managers of the European Urban Initiative. And to the more than 70 participants from cohesion policy managing authorities. You are the ones, you are the practitioners, the implementers on the ground, the motor which drives us forward. Welcome to the many members of the Bauhaus community, national contact points, members of the high-level round table, to the European Parliament, with thanks for support to the initiative. I will not nominate each of you for the sake of time, but thank you very much for your engagement. Finally, a special welcome to the representatives from the Western Balkans and from Ukraine. Europe is our common home, and we are all part of the same family. Today we meet in this great venue, which is a symbol of so much of what we want to achieve. This building that we recognize the beauty of it and how different it is in fact a formal industrial area, and it has been redeveloped, of course, with support of cohesion policy. The Be Here Center reflects, in a way, you see, the new European Bauhaus values, not just in its design, but also in hosting sustainable businesses and through its connection with the community, through cultural projects and the promotion of social economy. I cannot think of a better place to celebrate the work that was done over the last 3 years and to work together to make sure such projects will continue to grow throughout Europe and beyond. I look forward to an excellent day of exchanges and also of celebration, of course. Thank you very, very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Elisa Ferreira. Key messages to continue to inspire our discussions and our work today. And also to bring an extra inspiration in this morning, we have the pleasure of having among us 2 previous winners of the European Bauhaus prizes. We would like to invite them on stage. Annegret Heide from the project Gleis 21, a champion winner from the last year's edition, and Geoffrey Abel, a Rising Star winner from 2021. Please join us on stage. Are you prepared? Okay. Welcome again. So I would like to start with a question to both of you, Annegret, Geoffrey. Tell us a bit first about your projects, and then possibly I would like Annegret to, in 3 bullet points, tell us about 3 benefits that your project brings to the community where it is implemented. And you, Geoffrey, I would like to ask you, since you were a Rising Star winner, what have you done since your idea won this competition to actually deliver on the project? Annegret, do you want to start?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm really pleased to be here again. So that's very nice. Yes, Gleis 21 is a co-housing project who was planned participatorily with the future inhabitants. So that it's one of the outstanding things about this project. And another thing that makes it very special is its approach towards sustainability, not only in terms of its construction, but also in terms of solidarity, sharing resources and responsibility, and also contributing to society. That's it.
Thank you very much. Geoffrey, do you want to say something?
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm Geoffrey Ebeli. I'm from the architecture company Entropic in Barcelona. And yeah, we won the NEB prize back in 2021, if my memory serves me well.
That's correct.
And basically, we, as architects, our job is to reimagine the world that we live in. Of course, as you're growing up, you're influenced by the world that you see around you, and it's very difficult sometimes to think of a new world outside of what we have. But right now, we're suffering through massive biodiversity loss, and we think cities have a big role to play in that. So we started to try to think about the problem as a whole. And as architects, we often work for the richest, right? We're working for the people who have money because they pay our bills. But it's very difficult to influence the built environment on the most standard of levels. And so what we wanted to do was create a toolkit that we could give to developers and to other designers, which could transform the buildings that we live in. And we created like a brick, which would essentially be used for birds, bees, bats, plants, everything, to kind of blend the idea of nature and city into one. So basically, we could imagine like a modular wall where a modular wall where basically we could encourage biodiversity into our cities. And this was used through the technology of today, 3D printing, ceramics, and so forth, almost to imagine the world of tomorrow. So the NEB prize was fantastic for us because, for one thing, you know, they say an avalanche starts with a snowball, right? And that for us was the NEB. It was a confirmation of what the European values are today and what we are looking for in the future. And so the prize money helped us almost engage in new initiatives, acceleration programs, and we've been pushing our research with our project and really driving forwards to a product which we can start to bring to the mass market. And yeah, we're excited for the future. So.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey. And by the way, we just started showing some of the visuals. These are actually the visuals of Annegret's project,
Yes.
Gleis 21. I don't know if now with the visuals you want to bring some more information about the project,
Yes, of
or
course.
we can picture
I'd
it
love
better.
to. Yes, yeah. So yes, what you see here is the actual building, Gleis 21. As I already said, it was built together with the future inhabitants. At the moment, there are around 30 grown-ups living there. No, 50 grown-ups, 30 children, and still getting more and more, and I think 5 cats. There are 35 living units in the house, which were all planned individually, so every flat is an individual planning. And of these flats, there are 5 dedicated to refugees, so these flats are contributed to refugees by the house community. What also is very special is the top floor, the roof. It is called, hold on, I have to find the word. It is called Land of Plenty, because the Land of Plenty has a lot to give for the inhabitants of the house. There are 3 pavilions, which inhabit, for example, a library, a community kitchen, a sauna, and stuff like that. And the ground floor is dedicated to the community surrounding the building. So there are 4 commercial areas. One of these commercial areas, for example, is an event space where there are lots of events happening every day, like concerts, workshops, etc., etc. So, yes, winning this prize last year and developing a project like that was a great honor. And winning this prize was also getting some money. And as far as we knew that we had won, it was clear to us that we wouldn't be wanting to be investing this money in a party or something like that, so we wanted to invest it in the spirit of the NEB. So we sat together as the project team, the developer, the co-housing group and us, and we're coming up with the idea of the Bauhaus in Residence program at Gleis 21. So we wrote to all of our fellow nominees from last year, 2022, and asked them to come up with an idea about how to work with the idea of beautiful, sustainable together for 1 month living at Gleis 21. And we got 11 proposals. We chose 4 of them, so 4 people this year living in Gleis 21 in the guest room for 1 month, working on the topic, beautiful, sustainable together. And at the end, they have a little presentation in the event space. And yeah, so 2 of these residencies already happened. Dariusz from Lithuania and Martin from the Czech Republic have already been there. As far as I know, they had a great time. I know that the house community also had a great time. I went to this event at the end of their residency and it was really fun. And we have still more residencies to come in autumn. So Arthur from the Netherlands will be there and Irena from Portugal. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Yes, developing a project like Gleis 21 and winning the NEB award last year was for us a good starting point to tackle the profound questions of sustainability, not only in terms of ecology, but also socially and in terms of awareness. So Gleis 21 for us was only the beginning of a journey. That's how we want to see it, because sad fact, as you all know, the building industry is responsible for a lot of bad things. So 38% of the GWP, 76% of the use of resources, which is really, really a lot, and 55% of the global waste. So we as planners are part of this, sadly. So we were, for us, formulating 5 key questions with which we want to work in the future. And these 4 key questions are, I want to give you that, of course, to think about it as well if you want to. How can planning and building succeed within the planetary boundaries? How can our work contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions, of course? How can we understand the impact of our work? And how can we make it easier to understand for others? How can we use the existing resources better and create sustainable living spaces for everybody? And the 5th and final question, how can we contribute to a sustainable and meaningful real estate development?
And I think that these
Yes.
are quite inspirational questions
Yes.
for the rest of the day to reflect not only today, but also in future events, indeed.
Yes, can I say 2 more sentences?
Of course.
So what I want to say is we can tackle these questions everybody by himself, or we can tackle them together as a community, and that's the point for me. I think that the new European Bauhaus initiative is a great platform to do this together.
It is indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah, we agree. And we hope that your questions can be also answered during our European Bauhaus session on the how to build on the NEBS period, afterwards.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good. We actually now see the pictures of Geoffrey's project, which illustrate a bit also what he explained about the project. We don't have time for much more, unfortunately, but we didn't want to leave without asking you something and to have a bit of sparkling for the rest of the day. How did you experience this day when you won the European Bauhaus Prize? What were the emotions? Very briefly.
I mean, for us, actually, it was my partner, Magdalena Moroz, sitting here, who came up on stage. And she was very nervous, she tells us. But we were all watching from the office because everything was online. So it was a very quiet, coming up on stage, but we were going crazy on the other side of the monitor. So it was a very nice experience and quite humbling as well, because I guess it's difficult as a designer in this world, right? And you have these values and you want to make the world a better place. And you're met with the capitalist world that we live in. And suddenly this was like a moment when we were like, okay, values can actually lead to results. And that was nice, I would say. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience.
So I wasn't nervous at all because I really didn't think we would win this. So I think I was the only one not having prepared a speech when I went to a stage, and I was really confused but really happy. So my tip for all of you is please prepare a speech.
That's a very good tip. All right, thank you very much, you two. I hope you have been inspired by the prizes. I hope the finalists also are excited for the moment that we're going to have later on. And I want to thank you, of course, you two. Thank you. And now, before we move on with the high-level panel, I want to invite to the stage the moderator, Julia Sherban, who works also at DG Regio.
My name is Julia Sherban. I'm part of the European today I will also play the moderator in the high-level panel discussion. And I will propose to start with a recap. Looking back at the last 3 years, one can see how the European Bauhaus has grown from design to delivery, building a community of thousands of enthusiastic members, and we thank you once more for being an active part of this community. While the first projects benefiting EU support, totaling some 100 million euro, are being implemented on the ground, new, fresh ideas and projects are flourishing at local, regional, national levels, as well as across borders and internationally. If one zooms in on cohesion policy, for instance, and Commissioner Ferreira mentioned before, we can see that over the past years, all EU member states included commitments to contribute to the European Bauhaus in their strategic programming documents corresponding to the programming period 2021 to 2027, be them partnership agreements or programs. And that was not a simple job to do. Furthermore, 20 municipalities in the EU have been benefiting from DG Regio's direct technical support to prepare their European Bauhaus projects. And later today, some hearts will proudly skip some beats, as we will be announcing additional towns and cities in the EU that would benefit from support to implement their European Bauhaus innovative actions under the European Urban Initiative. And that's not it, not at all. Looking now at the regions neighboring the EU, recently, a number of dedicated new European Bauhaus actions have been launched to build local capacities and contribute to the reconstruction efforts in Ukraine. And this year, yes, for the very first time, the European Bauhaus Prizes competition welcomed applications from the Western Balkans. While all these were happening, guess what? The European Parliament issued a full-fledged report on the European Bauhaus, taking stock of the progress achieved, but also highlighting the Parliament's ambition to see the European Bauhaus as an integral part of EU policies, not less than that. In parallel, the high-level roundtable continued to be an active supporter and an avid promoter of the European Bauhaus. Today, in the high-level panel, we will try to take stock of these recent developments and various institutional perspectives, while at the same time connecting the dots among ongoing projects and activities and aspirations as regards the future of the initiative. Without further ado, I have the pleasure to invite back on the stage Commissioner Elisa Ferreira, Marcos Rosemper, a member of the European Parliament and rapporteur of the European Bauhaus. Make yourself comfortable. Choose your seat. I'll sit here. Minister Šimerlić, Minister for Cohesion, for EU Funds and Regional Development in Croatia. Tanja Hristova, Mayor of Gavrovo in Bulgaria and also member of the Committee of Regions. And Esther Davida, member of the High-Level Roundtable on the European Bauhaus. Make yourself comfortable. We will have 3 rounds of exchanges, and we look forward to hearing your views about the ongoing work with its challenges and opportunities, but also your aspirations as regards the future of the European Bauhaus. And if you allow me, I will break the ice with a question to Commissioner Ferreira. Commissioner, we all remember the launch of the initiative that almost coincided with the onset of the programming period 2021-2027 and all the ensuing discussions with member states and the negotiations. You said before that it's almost impossible to demarcate each and every step in the progress with this initiative. Still, in your view, what would be the 3 key achievements delivering on the initiative so far?
Well, Julia, I think this is a broad question, really. From my point of view, I think what we want to keep from this initiative is, first of all, the engagement of young people and of their energy. And we just listened to 2 examples among so many that we have of this sincerity, of this engagement to live a better world with your action, with your work. And I think this, bringing this energy into the decision-making and moving away from the very political and very, structured way of doing things is due to the different method that was used. This is really the method that was used for this is in fact going to grassroots, listening to people, having a high-level table that is, and Esther is here, so we want to listen to her and not to me, I think. So, having this energy and this methodology of work, and maybe this can inspire also a different way to manage the operational programs, to engage communities. The second issue is, in fact, what you just mentioned, the coincidence with another period of massive financing. So I would really, my wish is that this new culture is absorbed in all decisions, in all the processes, so that, in fact, we use funds in a very responsible way, but in a very strategic way. Using this money, and it is massive money, is 1/3 of the budget is dedicated to cohesion. But we don't do it from Brussels. We do it in partnership, and rightly so, with the local entities, with the local beneficiaries, with the local managing authorities. So we hope that the whole process is driven by this. And lastly, of course, I think this gives a sense, and you asked for 3, so I'll stop here. This gives a sense of Europe close to citizens. Sometimes citizens think that, okay, Europe is something that does a lot of bureaucracy, lots of decisions, and I hope that people feel that they have a role in building Europe, and that Europe is one of the interesting things about this project is there was not a clear objective where we would go. So we are building it, and we are adapting to circumstances. And so everybody is asked to give its or her contribution, her or his contribution, to the building of Europe, and to make Europe a better place and the world a better place, because we don't live in a bubble. So this is why we are really accepting proposals from all over the world. We are favoring also projects in this competition that come from Western Balkans. We have Ukraine engaged in. So we really want to spread the news, and also in the high-level table, we have people from all over the world, and we really appreciate their contribution. So let's try really to make a better world, and this is my message. Thank you.
A very inspiring and ambitious one. Thank you, Commissioner. Now let's move from the perspective of the European Commission to the European Parliament, and I will have a similar question. What is your take on the first 3 years with the European Bauhaus? And I'm particularly interested also in the feedback you receive from the stakeholders. Does the European Bauhaus touch on the stringent, relevant needs of citizens, such as climate, energy, social justice, and how?
Well, good morning. Thank you very much. Well, I think that from the perspective of the European Parliament, the European Bauhaus has achieved, has the goal to arrive to real people, as you have mentioned, and to stakeholders. And we think that we have managed to arrive to a big community, but not to the rest of the people, to the common people of the. And I think this is our main challenge now. Our main challenge now is to spread the new European Bauhaus all over the territory of the European Union. And I think that we have the opportunity now. We are trying, we are starting a process to debate, for example, the future on cohesion policy, which will end with a new model of cohesion policy. And from the Parliament, we are going to work hard to propose to incorporate the principles of the new European Bauhaus on the new model of the cohesion policy. As the Commissioner has said in the first speech, now all the member states have incorporated a mention, at least a mention of New European Bauhaus in their operative programs. But we think that we need a little bit more on the Parliament, on the report you have mentioned on your first speech. We asked for an own program, and we think this is a very relevant demand coming from the European Parliament to try to guarantee that the new European Bauhaus converts into a stable initiative, not an initiative depending on the willingness of member states, regional authorities, or local authorities. So I think we have a lot to do, but we have done a lot. Of course, we have been working almost 3 years. It will be 3 years in September, since the famous debate of the State of the European Union on the European Parliament, in which the President first mentioned the word New European Bauhaus. But I think now we have to strengthen our forces and to go on further and to try to convert the New European Bauhaus into a stable program that don't depend on the willingness of the different policymakers.
Thank you, and this echoes what we have been discussing also over the past hours here in the room, that indeed it is important to pin the ongoing work on a perspective for the future and to try to understand how all these processes and policies will be changing, drawing what we'll do with the European Bauhaus. But now let's shift from the perspective of the institutions here in Brussels and go to the member states, the very important member states, local, national levels. And I would ask Tanya Hristova, please tell us a bit more about your project. Actually, Gabrovo is one of the municipalities benefiting from DG Regio's technical assistance. Why did you embrace the European Bauhaus in Hristo and Jean-Claude Art Center in Gabrovo?
First of all, I would like to say that it is very inspirational to be part of the new European Bauhaus community and to see so many inspired people which will be able to exchange their next steps for the further evolution of this new approach. And secondly, before going to my city and to what we are doing, I would like really to thank Commissioner Ferreira for being a very close friend to the Committee of the Regions, which I'm part of, and through it to be the big supporter of the local and regional perspective, and to say that without the cohesion policy on a local and regional level, which means actually citizens, companies, and schools and kindergartens, we could not be together speaking about the European perspective and about really being every day closer to our citizens. Because what happens on a local and regional perspective? It is actually testing the European policy and registering what's good, what could be improved, and also eliminating what's not correct. And we can do and we can experience this on a daily basis. But why Gabrovo engaged and joined this incredibly inspirational journey? I would say that the Bauhaus, I strongly believe that maybe from the next programming period, it will be the element which will be part of the philosophy behind the European funding, because it is about values, and these values are very much European ones, because we are talking about the aesthetic, we are talking about sustainability, and we are talking about something that on a local and regional level we are trying to sustain on a daily basis. And it is to be together with people, because we are also inspired by them. And in this regard, I'm very much sure that European cities are really engaged in going successfully through the green transformation. And here, the strong connection between the Green Deal and the creative aspect and sustainability of the Bauhaus is the perfect combination that I'm sure will enrich the cohesion policy, and I very much rely on the monitoring that the relevant experts will do by seeing what is going through experimenting with these Bauhaus initiatives. And Gabrovo, we are a special city. Of course, we are part of Bulgaria in the very heart of our country. But we are special also because the famous artist, Christo, who is not just a regular artist, but he, how to say, probably has the ability together with his wife, Jean-Claude, to see in the future and to predict that one day Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus, will be, how to say, part of the interpretation of his art. And this artist was born in Gabrovo. And some 32 years ago, a grassroots initiative originated and gave birth to the idea to establish a center, a contemporary arts center, that is to be named under his name and his wife. And it took us 32 years. In 2013, we have a negotiation with the family of the Christo and his brothers, and they permitted us and gave their support to establish this center. And in the years to come, we were looking for the proper building. We were asking ourselves whether we should build a new one or just transformed an old one, because we used to be a very industrialized city, and now we have many buildings that are like in the previous form of this one that could be the host of such an initiative. And it was 2021, and now I realize that this was the year when the new European Bauhaus was launched as an initiative, that we identified that we have the perfect physical venue, and it is in the perfect locality of our city. And this is a former textile school building. Unfortunately, the school was closed in 2009, and it used to host, in its best years, more than 1,000 students. And actually, the family of Christo was attracted to Gabrovo because the textile was one of the very strongly developed industry at that time. And the textile has a very strong vibe with his art. And then we started, and probably it was the right time to reconsider our idea, having in mind the values of the Bauhaus and also the principles. And then came the support from the cohesion policy, because we were among the 20 of the projects that received technical assistance and that really gave new inspiration and accelerated and also taught us how to look at this initiative through different perspectives, working with designers, with artists, and trying and managing to establish a hub, a living center as an idea and its functionality, which I believe will very soon be supported as a physical implementation in the next months and years. But what is more important is that we realized that this is not a finite project. This is an open discovery process. And in each and every stage, it requires different perspective and more specifically the participatory approach, which in a unique interdisciplinary way provided us to consider each and every physical room of this 12,000 square meters building into a project that will address the biggest challenge of my city, because we realized that through it we can really transform the negative demographic tendencies and provide new opportunities for young people, for creative companies, for people who want to get physical space to develop their cultural projects, and also to follow the spirit of the Christo and Jean-Claude cultural perspective and cultural vibe that they have. And one more sentence. This is not a project about a single building that will be transformed physically, architecturally. This is a project that is within a venue that will be also transformed with the principles of the Bauhaus, because it is close to the river, it is in an area where we have another cultural institutions. This is very close to citizens that live in multifamily buildings, and this is really becoming integrated project that will add to what is the European perspective close to the citizens and opening new opportunities for people to come and experience new ideas and also have the opportunity to implement their dreams.
Thank you. Thank you for walking us through your super complex and challenging journey. And we will come back to the importance of technical assistance or supporting project ideas in general just in a few minutes. Now, let's go to Croatia. Actually, Croatia was one of the member states welcoming the European Bauhaus early in this journey. After a few months or weeks, I think we already started receiving signals from the authorities that they want to learn more about the initiative, and they also would like to transpose it in the cohesion context. Minister Šimerlić, what would be the notable achievements, projects about the European Bauhaus in Croatia, and how can cohesion policy support them?
Well, first of all, hello to everybody. It's great to be here. It's great to be here with the NEB community, to join, to feel the vibe and to feel the energy about the new European Bauhaus. We also got the vibes from the new European Bauhaus 2 or 3 years ago, and we were ready to join in the initiative. And I think now the results are coming. It's still, you know, if I can say, it's still a baby, so it still needs time to grow. But we are into it, and I think it's a great initiative, and it's about the people. So I don't know for any other concept, approach, or project that is more participatory than as it is the European Bauhaus. So we join in, and we made lots of, for the first time, raising awareness campaigns, because for the most important thing is that the idea of the new European Bauhaus comes to as much people as it can. And we engaged all of our resources to, you know, to make as much as we can campaigns, to make the platform. Even the Ministry of Culture was engaged to make the platform for the new European Bauhaus, where it really gathered all the prominent experts from all over Croatia to join in, to take part of it, but also to be inspired by their European colleagues and colleagues from Brussels, and trying to find the ways, and this is the beauty of the Bauhaus, because there is no one approach, no? So every country can have its own approach, and it's always bottom-up, it's always locally led, I would say, but it needs to be steered also and helped from the government, of course, from the Commission, and this is what we really appreciated about the Commission, because the Commission is always about, you know, bureaucracy and regulations, such as government and also Croatia, and the new European Bauhaus was something new, you know, going beyond the regulatory frameworks. And now we are into it. We are a little bit, let's say, experimenting with all of it, trying to find the best way, but I think that the projects that are showing right now and the people engagement and the applicants of the project from the local level, from the cities especially, showed very much interest into the calls for proposals that were launched by the European Commission, so we are very also surprised by such a big interest, and that's great, we think. So now we have the engagement, we have the expectations, I would say, but now I think we are ready for a next step. We have to go further, and what we need to do is now trying to find the ways on how to put it into our regulations, into our policies and strategies. I mean, we have made a significant step forward by putting the new European Bauhaus into our programming documents for the EU funds. Obviously, this was led by the Commission also, but it was a great thing to do because we have managed to connect the new European Bauhaus with the instruments that are designed to the cohesion policy and that the regulatory framework gives you the opportunity to do. So we have done this, and now when you have this, you have a tool, let's say it like that. You have a tool, but now you need initiatives from bottom up together to make collaborative projects and to make good ideas to come to the practice and to deliver. Yeah.
Thank you, and I will say here, chapeau bas for the way you organized yourself in Croatia. Yesterday we were discussing with representatives from other member states. This could also be a model of how to bring together the plurality of stakeholders that can contribute to the European Bauhaus. And now we turn to Esther. Esther, we heard today and also yesterday and over the past months and years that the European Bauhaus ultimately revolves around inclusiveness, participation, engagement, but also this multi- and transdisciplinary expertise that the mayor was mentioning before. I would ask you, are some projects more demanding in this regard in terms of the expertise required, for instance, those relating to cultural heritage, community building, or urban regeneration? And in your view, what are the skills needed, and what role for education and learning to provide such skills?
Complex question, thank you. Well, maybe I can relate to also what you said and connect the two questions, and also for the audience, that in the last 3 years, every time we discuss with the roundtable members how can we tackle these topics, one thing was always very common, that it's about the processes and it's about how to connect the local resources, the local knowledge with the local decision makers' capacities. So this is where I can follow up you. And so back to the questions, I think it's not about the tools. Our knowledge on that is that the solutions is out there. That's why we run, one of the most important part of the European Bauhaus is to gather those solutions from the ground and scale them up and make visibility and channel them into the structure which we already have from the top-down structure. So I would say that it's not about the heritage or the topic, what you want to tackle there, but it's about how to make, like a director as an NGO like me and many of the participants here, be able to connect it with those in need and those who are able to activate. So that's my question, that's my answer to the question. And let me just maybe formulate it also here that we also stated from the very beginning that this is not about inventing much more new radical solutions. I mean, we can, of course, discuss that, but it's about how we can mitigate the radical change within the society. And I think everybody here in this room and also the audience, I really want to congratulate to all of you because you are already part of this social change. Because you began to develop projects together, we began to address these challenges together. So this is basically the first step we wanted to achieve, and I think we are on a good track with that. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for these enthusiastic replies. We definitely need your commitment and support to go ahead and progress with the implementation. Yet, for the second round of questions, I will pick on the minister's reference to the baby. It's just a 3-year-old baby, and it comes with its own challenges when you want to help it grow. For the second round, I would also challenge you a bit, and I will be looking for more detailed explanations or even defensives when needed to address some of the concerns echoed by our friends here in the room, but also by all stakeholders that we have been meeting over the past months and years as regards their own contexts and elements that could help or not the progress with the European Bauhaus. And I will go back to Commissioner Ferreira. Commissioner, we heard this many times. Some may say that cohesion policy, especially the European Regional Development Fund, Cohesion Fund, Just Transition Fund, are there to support hard infrastructure, the brick and mortar, the building, the space, the productive capacity. And that all this discussion about citizen engagement, multi and transdisciplinary expertise, it's a bit of a nice to have, a bit frivolous. It's quite a complex challenge. How to factor in all these elements when preparing cohesion projects and investments?
Well, again, this is a complex question. First of all, we don't manage the projects from Brussels. We manage them in a partnership with the local entities. So the first element where we need this kind of engagement, this kind of sharing, is when you discuss the vision for your region, for your municipality, for your city. So when you discuss it, this cannot be something in-house. This has got to engage the community. Because if you don't engage the community, you don't really, you will not have a success in practice, because it's something that falls top-down. So that's why I was mentioning the methodology. Of course, you cannot discuss everything forever, but you have got to listen to people, to new ideas, to concerns, and this sharing, this engagement, that symbolically we ask these projects and the vision for the future to be shared through the monitoring committees, for instance, is a bureaucratic way to engage the community. But very often this is just kind of a signature, or now in this period we made sure that the participants in the monitoring committee, that they can ask for a vote, that they can ask for support, to be more informed, technical support. This is the first issue. Secondly, for the program, for reaching this target, you have choices. And the choices you make, they also can be more adequate and more relevant and more sustainable and more beautiful or not. So you have got to make an hierarchy of what you want to build, what you want to do. More and more, also the projects, these hard projects, if they are needed, they have to comply with concerns, environmental concerns. But they can also be beautiful, they can also be more inclusive. When you build a road, when you build a bridge, you cannot ignore how this is going to change the community, how this is going to be perceived by people. There are highways that connect, there are roads that isolate people. So you have got really to have this concept in mind. And then, more and more, we are moving from heavy infrastructures into support to innovative projects, to innovative ways of doing the same thing. You can have, for instance, a system that is supported for traffic lights, but how you manage the traffic light may be much more intelligent than just having these automatic things. You have artificial intelligence to see where the traffic is, to avoid bottlenecks. So more and more you are moving into adding value to what you do and supporting jobs, good training, good skilling, good upskilling, and also this kind of more immaterial aspects. But what we are talking about, and this is, here I close, is moving from quantity, from hard investment, into addressing how you do it. What is the quality of what you do? From all the different perspectives, and of course, symbolically, we have these three elements of having aesthetics, having inclusion, and having sustainability. So there are lots of dimensions, that's why we are talking about a culture, and it's difficult to put these three elements in regulation. That's why also we need to engage the local communities, and in particular the managing authorities of the funds, so that really you think of what you do, and you just not to do procedurally and according to a very rigid interpretation. Of course, regulations are there, compliance is there, but then the way you do within this framework, what we do and the way you do it is really what we are calling the attention to. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for reminding once more that it's not always that the European Commission should issue very strict demarcation lines and guidance on how to do each and every step. There is also freedom and choice in this. Marcos Rosempere, you mentioned before that in the report you already started highlighting that more is needed. And this is also what we hear sometimes, that more is needed. Actions, governance, funding, depends. In your view, what would be the 3 key elements that would be really needed and necessary in order to pave the way towards the take-up of the European Bauhaus initiative over the years in EU, but also across borders?
Okay, I think that 3 key elements are clearly marked on our report, and everyone who has had the opportunity to have a look to our report knows what are these key elements that we on the Parliament, we think about it. And I have to remark that it was a very supported report by the majority of at least 5 of the 7 political groups on the Parliament, and we got a great agreement with no amendments for the plenary session of voting session. So it is a common demand. And the 3 key elements, one of them I have said before, is to engage a stable program in order to not disappear the New European Bauhaus initiative. For example, if the new term changes the Parliament or changes the Commission College, or we don't want to leave the new European Bauhaus go to disappear slowly, depending only in the willingness of local, regional, and member states authorities. We want to fix something stable. Maybe in the cohesion policy, maybe in the multi-annual framework, finance and framework, maybe in somewhere in those 2 parts in the financial budget of the European Union. The second one is the criteria. The criteria. Now we are decades dealing with funding for energy efficiency, for sustainability, and we all know how to do that, and we all have criteria. But if we incorporate the other 2 dimensions, then the criteria are not so clear. It's not so easy to set what is beauty in a project, to set what is inclusiveness, although inclusiveness is more common in local and regional projects. So we need to develop. And now in this path, the European Commission is doing a big effort with the new European Bauhaus Compass that they published in January. And we know that now they are developing or trying to develop the criteria, the specific criteria for built environment. And it's a huge work in which we have to engage universities, research centers, the own European Commission, the national contact points, and to try to fix the criteria in order to, for one hand, the public investors, the public policymakers know what are the key elements that they should have in their projects to apply for public funding or for European funding, and on the other hand, the private sector also have the knowledge that their own projects can be marketed or labeled as New European Bauhaus project. And this allows me to arrive to the 3rd point. The 3rd point should be that I think this is the end of the path to get a stable initiative, a long-term initiative, is to arrive to have a label strategy. Label strategy should allow for, on one hand, the public sector. If you have developed a program and you have the criteria and there is a kind of authority that certifies that this project is New European Bauhaus label, you give the label and you can apply for further funds in further calls without having to justify one by one everything. No, I have the label, this project matches clearly with the criteria. And on the other hand, the private sector can take advantages or selling their products or putting their products on the market with this label. For example, a promotion of houses, of living houses like we have seen before. If you are going to, not the ones for the refugees, but the others that are going to be sold, or you put the label and you are giving an added value, but not an economical added value, that also, of course, also it is an economical added value, but a European added value that matches with the European values. Because, and I am finishing, I think that the three main values of the main principles of the New European Bauhaus, indeed, are only the application of a concrete initiative of the main European values. The solidarity, the sustainability, these are the values. And I think these are the three key elements: funding, criteria, and labeling strategy.
Thank you both for the replies. I think they offer interesting takeaways also for our discussions later in the afternoon in the workshops that will be drawing on such elements. Let's go to the municipality level. You mentioned before that you welcome the support from DG Regio in terms of technical assistance. Still, there are some voices that might say that providing technical assistance for project preparation is nice to have or to do, but in fact it adds time, it adds resources, while municipalities and citizens alike are interested to see the real thing, the project implemented, and to benefit from its results. Convince us that there is added value in providing technical support by mentioning, for instance, two key features that you gained as benefits from the technical assistance received.
Thank you very much for this question, because it is really very close to my heart, because it is part of my everyday work as a mayor. On an everyday basis, we have to prove to our citizens that we are doing things, as Commissioner Ferreira said, in the right way, with the best quality. And I've mentioned quality. Yes, quantity matters a lot, because we need more renovated streets, we need many buildings to be with high packages of energy efficiency, we need more new electric vehicles and many things that could be counted. But we need to focus on the quality. And quality is a process. And therefore, I think that the technical assistance, and going back to the new European Bauhaus technical assistance that we are having even today for our project design and preparation, is really very instrumental, because as I have said, it helped us to revise our ideas and also to help us to provide the methodology which actually is instrumental for getting on board citizens, which is very instrumental as our local community, because we want to establish a project that emphasizes and exposes and further develops our local identity. We are not just going to copy-paste a contemporary art center from center of Europe or from some cities in the United States. We want to use our local assets, and that's why our smart specialization strategy is also very important and instrumental in this aspect. But the technical assistance with the expertise that is provided to us really brought new knowledge, new competencies. It makes us go through a very participatory and important process, which was very instrumental for the concrete work, which is now in a process of final phases, because now we know what is going to happen on each and every story. But the more beautiful thing is that we are convinced now that it is not a regular project which starts on the 1st of January and ends on the 31st of December. It is a process with many different important milestones, which in each and every critical moment gives new opportunities. And that's the quality of the technical assistance. And something else, apart from the expertise, apart from teaching us how to work in interdisciplinary way and how to combine people with different backgrounds from different parts of the country and also from different countries associated with the design of this idea. The technical assistance provided us something which is very important, and this is the visibility of our idea, because one of the value that I very much appreciate is that through the new European Bauhaus, we open our cities to new opportunities. And I think this is part of the ambition to provide hope, inspiration, but also to give new perspectives. And all these elements should be really related with the green transition and with the criteria that I very much hope that will be developed in a new Bauhaus label, which will support good projects. I believe ours is among them that will be supported on the next stage, because in each and every stage, I think we need technical support, because, as I've mentioned, this is a project that is quite different from the regular ones, because it should provide that the spirit, that the beauty follows also the functions and follows the targets that we have to achieve and ensure to be in place.
Thank you. And this is maybe also a message towards the managing authorities. If you do not want to have beneficiaries lost in translating the European Bauhaus values into practice, but also to give them the visibility for their nice project ideas, you may explore providing technical assistance from the programs as well. Minister Šimerlić, we also heard that there could be a bit of a silent tension between the well-established framework of cohesion programs, for instance, the way they are planned, the way they work, and the dynamics of local grassroots initiatives that take their time to crystallize, to mature ideas, to implement projects in practice. How would you address that challenge in Croatia, and how to bring people together in a better way?
Well, I think that when I say we, I mean the countries and the Commission made a really a great step forward regarding the territorial instruments that are being designed for this new financial perspective. And what is really good for the new European Bauhaus is that they're all really compatible with the new European Bauhaus. The ITI, the cities. We also in Croatia have the specific territorial investments for the islands, for the assisted areas. All of these instruments are really based on bottom-up approach. They're based on territorial strategies, meaning that you should include the local community into designing the priorities and choosing the projects that you will support with the cohesion funds money. And I think this is great. So, and it's in line with the principles of the European Bauhaus. So right now what we should do is trying to push it a little bit more towards the cities, towards the local level, on them to see the benefits of the European Bauhaus even more, and to see that they are on the right way when they are designing their strategies and their territorial strategies, and that this is pretty much the same. And using the community already, I don't know, in the islands or in the cities, who they will use for the territorial strategies, they can also be used and embedded the new European Bauhaus into these strategies. So I see this really as an ongoing process that will come up with the results in a due time, because we are still, you know, a bit late because of all of things that have been going on with the crisis and everything. But right now the calls for proposal are ready and the projects will come up. And I believe in a year if we manage to come up together again on some kind of discussional panel, there will be more and more projects of New European Bauhaus that will take place in lots of countries, not just Croatia, but all European countries. So we just have to push even more to all of the people to understand the concept, to understand everything, what's behind it. And I believe it needs time, because just one mention to say, as I have heard also from other colleague speakers, European Bauhaus, it's not easy to regulate. Commission, governments, they do regulations, they do laws. And a new European Bauhaus, it's not easy to regulate. So we need criteria, we need guidelines. This is why we need, and we're in constant discussion with the Commission, how can we do things on a transparent way? What is really new European Bauhaus on a measurable scale? And beauty, you cannot, measure beauty. Beauty goes beyond functionality. And this is why we need time, and this is why we are investigating what's happening on the field, how the local communities are responding to it. But I think the process is coming, and it will be better and better in due time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And picking on your last points, I wanted to ask you, Esther Davida. Sometimes we also hear that there is a bit of a gap between the guiding work, for instance, of the high-level roundtable, what we say here from the institutions in Brussels, and the nitty-gritty, the daily challenges of the practitioners who need to translate all this. Is my project Bauhaus enough? What should I do? How should I improve? Or also for the managing authorities, how to select, how to put in place the specific criteria. How to make these ends meet better? And also, what would be the role of the high level now that we advance and we gain more practice and experience on the ground?
I always got the hard questions. But yeah, maybe first of all, I want to point out that we don't like the expression high level, so we actually use roundtable because this is the NAP spirit. So, I mean, we are also independent experts working on field. So it's more about what's our understanding on how to develop any projects along the three values. And I think the most practical thing I can add here is that we also have to see that as the movement was changing in the last 3 years, we also have to see the differences between the member states, and this is a feature, not a bug. I mean, obviously, cultural situations, political situations, economical situations are very different, and this is what we have to address when we go on field, and this is what also we tackled here. And this is not easy to do, so as I see it, one key aspect which each, member in this ecosystem, in this NAF family has to somehow keep on going is what was the first message in the beginning, that we are in listening mode. So I really like the idea that nobody says here that I know the answer. We say that, okay, we have to find the answer together. And I think this one goes for policymaking, and this also goes for bottom-up organizations. So we cannot wait for our decision makers to tell us how should be the European Bauhaus framed or embedded to the existing environment. It has to be a joint work with those people working on field, and I think this is also very hard to tackle. How can we empower, which is also not a nice word, but how can we empower local groups to step forward and formulate opinions? I mean, come on, when was the last time in the history when you were one step away from a commissioner or even from the president or from anybody from the parliament? This is the time right now. So it's also really hard for us to change this mindset that you can actually formulate those ideas, possibilities. And obviously when people are coming us, questioning that, okay, how should I make this NAP project? Our job is just to facilitate to channel those ideas between those people. So most of the time I try to connect people. This is what I will do today after this panel. So that's our job here, I think. And if it's a message I should, formulate here, I would say that everyone here should believe that the way you understand those principles is totally valid, because this is somehow a result of your own environment. And this is what we are talking about here, that we try to appreciate those differences, because this is what it makes like a good story, not a top-down movement. So
Correct.
I hope my answer was good enough.
Thank you. And we will keep on exchanging and being together in all this. For the third round, I will propose a change. I will not address you questions as such, but I will just speak on some quotes and statements that have been put forward by our colleagues and friends here in the discussions yesterday. And you tell me whether that statement is true or false in your view, if you like it or not. If you like it, please, all the credits go to those who had issued those statements. And in just one statement, please, why you like it. And with this occasion, we also change a bit the order to make it more ad hoc. And I will go back to the minister now. Someone said, do not underestimate the degree of facilitation required to translate the European Bauhaus into practice, and that it will have a cost associated. True? False? I will repeat. So, do not underestimate the degree of facilitation required to translate the European Bauhaus in practice, and also the fact that this facilitation has a cost associated. It can be money and more else. Is this statement true, false in your view? And if indeed facilitation is needed, who is there to facilitate?
Well, I think the facilitation is needed, so I think it's true. It's not an easy. I cannot answer it with one sentence, because it's facilitation. Obviously, the Kickstarter was put from the Commission. Government should take it also, but I don't think it should not be too much regulated, too much facilitated. So it should be open and democratic as much as it can.
We heard that. Thank you. Esther, to make the European Bauhaus true, we need to change and challenge established frameworks. We need to work outside established educational curricula. We need to change laws and regulations.
Yes, definitely agree. So I agree with the topic that we have to embed new type of practices to the decision making. It doesn't have to be radical. It doesn't mean that we have to kick out everybody, but we need new type of processes. So I totally agree with this.
Thank you. Tania Hristova. Someone said, there is tension between deploying local solutions fast and at a scale that triggers real impact, and preserving heritage, preserving the aesthetics of a town or of a landscape. Is there such tension?
If the tension is to create more beauty and more inclusiveness, probably yes. But this is a tricky statement, and probably here the new European Bauhaus will prove through our community whether this statement is true or is not true, because it is up to us, politicians on European level, politicians on national level, local communities, citizens and non-governmental organizations and companies to try to work together, to co-create together, to co-design our tomorrow together, by using these values and these principles that are embedded in the new European Bauhaus. And only in this way we can, disseminate the doubts that it is too complicated, because it is. It is not an easy job to implement complex projects, and of course it takes some regulations, but maybe it is time, especially when we are talking about new European Bauhaus initiatives and projects and ideas that could be developed and deployed into real implementation, that the financial instruments adapt to these initiatives and try to pilot new approaches and new combination of tools. It's only dependent on our ambitions and on our ability to work together and to provide for more synergetic approach, because one fund provides money for the physical infrastructure, other provides for the establishment of a new entity. So the form and the soul should find a way to be in harmony.
And not in tension. Thank you. Marcos Rosenper. Urgency and impact come together. It's quite a statement. And to continue, there is an opportunity to speed up the European Bauhaus in crisis moments. And this came from a discussion with our friends from Ukraine, but also in relation to climate change. Urgency and impact come together.
Well, I think that is definitely true. I think, and also the opportunity the crises are opportunity moments. Always that we have a crisis, whatever type of crisis we have an opportunity to change and to do things in a different way, because crisis means changing and in a better way. Ukraine is a big opportunity to demonstrate that the principles of the new European Bauhaus can be applied for a huge reconstruction that we will have to do after the war, and I hope it's as soon as possible that the war is ending. The European Union has said that we are going to be engaged with Ukraine, because Ukraine is part of the heart of Europe, although they are not still European Union members. They are with us, they are in our hearts, and we are going to support the reconstruction of Ukraine. And it is a big opportunity. It is a big opportunity because in some parts of Ukraine, we are going to have to start by zero. There are cities absolutely demolished. There are cities absolutely disappeared. And it's a good field to start incorporating all the three principles of the European Bauhaus, not also the main principle, but also the key transdisciplinarity, differences of scales and participation, no? The other three key principles apart from the main values, the three values. I think that if we have a must, if we are going to invest our money in the reconstruction of Ukraine, we have to incorporate the principles of the European Bauhaus in this investment, because it is like a big opportunity to demonstrate that we can rebuild one complete city, incorporating a beauty-built environment that matches with the people's needs, but also without leaving anyone behind, and of course, with all the sustainability principles that we have and the technical provide us. For this, I think it is a true statement.
And that's why we highly appreciate the presence these days of our friends from Ukraine at this event, so that we can share already the experience and the lessons we learned from our journey so far. Thank you. Commissioner Ferreira, a short and snippy statement. The European Bauhaus, it's not about changing facades, it's about changing mentalities.
Thank you for this question, because I couldn't agree more. I think really it's a change when we talk about cultural change. That's the attitude that we are talking about. Because my fear is that if we start attempting to regulate what is beauty, we are getting into a very complex field. So it has got to be an attitude. Also because beauty is not, of course, and I speak under the control of so many of you that are experts and architects and artists. In fact, it's something that you have got to reflect the diversity, the cultural diversity has got to be respected. So we cannot standardize everything. The way to solve this issue and not to substitute old regulation by new regulation Of course, I'm not saying that I reject the position of Parliament, on the opposite. It's the way we do it again. And the Minister Ehrlich was in fact referring to this as well. So the way we do it is the core thing. And not to have the temptation to regulate what cannot be regulated. We have got really to be incorporating the principles and values of New European Bauhaus, among others, inside our options, our choices, the way we do things, the way we implement things. So yes, I'm completely in favor of that sentence. I think it's a good, and I'm glad that you chose it because it's a very good closing conclusion, I would say, for this panel. I think it's a cultural change.
Well, in fact, you just raised the ball now to me. I will, with your agreement, conclude this panel quoting again from one of the participants here who said the following. I think the European Bauhaus could be really big. So big that it will be naturally mainstream and wouldn't be even interesting at all to be politically pushed from Brussels or to be mainstreamed by us in policies. While looking forward for the day to come, we stand available and we are here to accompany you through the journey. And I just invite you to follow the next sessions and of course the ceremony for more inspirational examples and also to take away from the nice replies and feedback we just received from the high-level panelists. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I just want to inform you that today we will continue as well with the exhibitions of the finalists of the prizes and also winners from the previous editions. This is in the exhibition area, which is right next to the entrance. And we'll start now at 12 until 12:20 with SAVA activities, innovation model of craft revitalization and My Square, again in the exhibition area.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch and a nice break. I just would like to invite you all to slowly come to the plenary room for those who want to participate in the session European Bauhaus and the Green Transition. The session on the learning and upskilling will take place on that room, room number 1. So you can also move there if you have signed up for that session. And the NAP Compass will be on the small room here behind the technical people. You can also move there if you have signed up for that session. The sessions will start in 5 minutes, so you can already take your seat and be prepared for them. And just a note for the journalists, please, we meet at the door, 10 minutes to 2 or 5 minutes to 2, we will take you to the press point. Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm inviting you all again for those who want to participate in the thematical parallel sessions. We will soon start them. In the plenary room, we're going to have European Bauhaus and the Green Transition session. The learning and upskilling will take place on room number 1. I invite you all to take your seats. And the new European Bauhaus Compass thematic session will take place in room number 2, which is behind the technical people. Please take your seat so we can start on time. And again, once more for the journalists, we meet 10 minutes to 2 at the door. Vocês podem começar sentados, ou tu pode começar moderando. Please, everyone, also take one of the earpieces. They are all located behind on the technical people there. Yes. Otherwise, you won't be able to listen to the session. As a reminder, to listen to the sessions, you need an earpiece. They are located behind on the plenary over there. Please take one, otherwise you won't be able to listen to the sessions. Yes, the sound only comes on their earpieces. That's why you need one. Otherwise, you won't be able to listen.
Wait.
Otherwise, you hear it there. Although even would be in front, then it works. Do we need it as well, or for translation? Yeah.
So we'll call them by name. So we can call them also like one by one. You call
No, I can introduce. Don't worry. I can call them.
Okay, call them. No problem. So
I call them up by the names here. It doesn't matter the order now.
All right,
Afterwards
okay, good.
but afterwards it's good to have the order.
As a last reminder, for those wanting to participate in the parallel sessions, you need an earpiece, otherwise you won't be able to hear the session. We will start soon. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to the first thematic session, NEB in the Green Transition. So we heard this morning from Commissioner Ferreira that the NEB is really to bring the soul into the Green Deal movement. And here today with us, we will have four speakers with projects that we hope can inspire and others to understand how this can be achieved. So without further ado, I'm here with my colleague Sebastian. We both work in DG Regio, and we would like to welcome our speakers onto stage.
Hello. So
first, welcoming on stage Peter Vogt from the Managing Authority of Saxony-Anhalt in Germany, working with the Just Transition Fund. Welcome, Peter. Take a seat. Then Ricardo Coletta, please welcome on stage the Super Shine project, supported under Horizon Europe as a NEB Lighthouse project. Rui Simão from Portugal, from the municipality of Pampilhosa da Serra, who received our technical assistance from DG Regio to develop his project, Network of Villages, NEB, with a NEB component or inspiration. And lastly, Enric Serra from the Vilawatt project in Viladecans, Spain, who was a Urban Innovative Actions project, received support from cohesion policy to implement their projects. So welcome, all of you, and thank you.
Hello, it's nice to have you here.
Thank you for being here today with us. I think this session, what we would have first is to have each of you explain a bit and present your project. So we have the presentations already, hopefully, that we can get onto the screen of the first project. We will start with Enric. And if we can have the first presentation of the Vilawatt project. And you can speak, and you can also click through the presentation when it appears, okay?
Good afternoon. You listen properly? Firstly, thank you very much for inviting us to this session. We come from Viladecans. Viladecans is a small city near from Barcelona. We have at least near 70,000 population, and our project is called Vilawatt. I'm an architect, so I feel near from the principles of NEP. And Vilawatt project was running during the first call of UA from 2016 to 2019 in the topic of energy transition with the project from Paris and Gothenburg. The main objective was to create a public and private citizen structure that managed for services to improve governance and energy autonomy, related with the energy supply, the comprehensive and energy efficient renovation, the creation of a local currency to incentivize energy saving and the local commerce, and finally, the creation of training programs and learning spaces to improve energy culture. Nowadays, today, for us, is the flagship project that foster all the energy transition projects in the city. For us, is the concept, the tool, and also a kind of brand. Is one of the main drivers for achieving the mission to become an emission neutral city by 2030. It's our main proposal for the next years.
Okay.
Here we can see some images. There were a lot of actions to move the citizens to participate and involve in the Vilawatt project. For the moment, that's what I want to say.
Okay. Thank you very much, Enric. Indeed, your project, I mean, a big component was the participatory approach also since the very beginning, right?
Yes,
of the design.
in the 2016, the people is perhaps was far from the energy troubles and the energy problems. So at that moment, we have many efforts to push the people in the project.
Thank you. I will move on to Peter because we will get back into the different rounds to go in deeper into the discussion about each project.
Thank you.
But just as a start, so Peter, please.
Yeah, thank you very much also for the invitation again. I mean, it's so inspiring to see all the NEB practitioners bring it to the ground, and that's very inspiring. So maybe the first slide of our project. So this project is called Structural Transformation Lab, and it's basically about a model to transfer or to transform these third-tier cities, mid-sized cities that we have all over the EU. And it's part of the green transition away from brown coal in our case. So to give you a little bit more impression where we are. So I'm from Saxony-Anhalt. It's a federal state in the east of Germany. And in the very south, we still have an active coal mine and also a power plant that is fired by coal. And we want to, this plant is close to be 2034. And actually, the historic Bauhaus is not far away. So in the very north of the coal area, there you have the historic Bauhaus in Dessau. And close to the active coal mine, there is still, there's a city called Zeitz, maybe next slide, which has a rich industrial history. So for instance, they, during the Soviet era, they produced basically baby strollers for all the eastern countries. Also based on the cheap energy that was available with coal. And when the wall came down, that basically ended. So all the industry was set off, a lot of jobs were lost. We had a massive brain drain in the city. If you do the next slide, you will see that there are a lot of abandoned houses. It's a city of around 25,000 inhabitants. With a nice nature around and actually a lot of nice architecture as well. But it was really suffering from the structural break after the wall came down. And actually there are new challenges with the coal phase out, because one of the biggest coal companies are situated in Zeitz, and they provide good jobs actually. So if you're an engineer in coal mining, you earn a good salary for the region. So these are new challenges that are coming up with the coal phase out. But there are a glimpse of hope. So if you go to the next slide, then we will see that there is the other side of change. So in abandoned factories, for instance, are creative spaces established. And for instance, the small, comparatively small city has its own digitalization center to make the city more smarter. So there are first movements that get going, and if you go to the next slide, then we see like this coming back to the baby stroller factory, which is formerly called Zeitzer Kinderwagen, in short, Zekiva. And actually this area is the place where the Structural Transformation Lab should grow. So you have an area of around 37,000 square meters, and you have some historic buildings as well that we want to use of the former stroller production site, because this is one of the elements, and we will talk about the 3 values as well, which refers to the sustainable value as well in terms of how can we use existing buildings, how can we leverage what's already there and use it for construction. And I mean, it's an unused land at the moment. The train station is not far, the river is close by, so it's a very attractive place actually. And we try to transform and see, so how can the questions of the NEB to live more sustainable, more inclusive, more aesthetic together be elaborated in this kind of structural lab. And if you go to the last slide, then you see some of the approaches from standard workshop approaches, let's say, up to more advanced things like AR and VR we want to use, because if you think about the built environment is changing, so it's a massive cut into the world of the people there, and if you use technologies like AR, you can already show them, so how could it look like, and they could interact with the concepts already before you actually build it, because if you build it, then it's there, it's fixed, no? So that's one of the ideas, and yeah, thank you so much so far.
Thank you, Peter. Now we will dive into each of the components in the next rounds, because I think it will be very interesting. But let's finish off the presentation of the projects. So Ricardo, please go ahead, and I will tell me when to pass.
Thanks, Anna. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. Really inspiring 2 days of meeting and speeches with all of you. So it's and the best is yet to come, I have to say. So, but okay, going straight to my project. So I'm the coordinator of the Supershine project, which is a project funded by the program Horizon Europe. And I'm representing here international consortium. You can go to the next slide. Of 10 countries. This is not only affecting the geographic coverage, of course, because we are collecting expertise in many different fields useful for our purposes. So I would like to just give some keywords about our projects. It's about social houses, energy efficiency, and funding. What we are doing, it's working with 3 lighthouse districts in Italy: Trieste, Hernings in Denmark, and Riga in Latvia. You can go to the next one. So these are our lighthouse districts. You can see are composed by different kind of buildings, not only for the residential, but also for the public living, for sports activities, and so it's an integrated project for different purposes in the area. This is extremely important because we want to work with the people in this lighthouse district in order to involve them in the renovation process to achieve, of course, environmental goals, of course, all the goals of the new European Bauhaus. I'm not going to repeat it again here, but we are extremely focused on one particular issue, which is getting funding for doing renovation work, because of course we receive funding from the European Commission, so we are in the frame of the Horizon Europe, but it's not going to last forever. We have to work together with the public authorities and with the private companies. So please go to the next one. So these are our general objectives. So all the picture you can see, not particularly beauty because this is the starting point. We just start in November. So this is one building on the district in Trieste to be renovated and it should receive intervention on energy efficiency. So what we are going just to analyze the district, analyze the building, analyze the situation, and start making a plan together with the local communities. So the tenants for us is at the very center of the project, and the public owner of the districts. We are talking about social housing. Don't forget it. So are really crucial for us. So we want to work with those guys in the owner of the social houses, but also with the public agencies, because now in this particular historical moment they get funding. And we want to start from that point. But please, next one. But we worked for develop some tools for funding. So I just name now. Maybe we can go more deep in it later on public-private partnership, green public procurement, crowdfunding campaign, and finally the one-stop shop. But you will receive, I hope, more details later on. But the last one, please. And that's our strategy. So we want to work with people. You have to take in mind that, that you can do all the intervention, all the energy efficiency intervention, you can bring all the innovative solution, but without the real involvement of the local community, everything would be a waste of time and money. So we have to work in close cooperation with them, and they have to feel to belong to the place. They have to take care of the place where they live and where they spend the most part of their time, for their children, for their families. Finally, last steps, and provide a blueprint for replication. So we are not only limited to the 3 districts I showed before, because we have a couple of fellow districts in Serbia and Turkey, but we are moving also in other social housing districts in the 3 countries involved, but not only. So just follow us.
Thank you, Ricardo. It was we'll get into it in the next round, but indeed, sustainability, but also financial sustainability is also taken into account in this project. So thank you. And now, Rui, please welcome, and please we go to present your project, which has a completely different take and also brings in very much the territorial component to the NEB. So very pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you, Anna. It's my name is Rui Simão. I'm a city councillor in the Pampilhosa da Serra municipality. I come from a village which is Dornelas do Zezer, in the middle of the central region in Portugal, and it's an honor and a great and I'm happy to be here to share with you what is our project, what are our aims and challenges that villages nowadays face in Portugal and in Spain. If you please. So, our project, it's a completely different project that the others that we saw here. We start with a question. What is the role of villages in the future of our countries, Portugal, Spain, and also in the future of Europe? And inside the cooperation and with the support of regional bodies in Portugal and Spain, within 3 regions, Central region in Portugal, and Alentejo in Portugal, and Extremadura in Spain, we start to try to answer this question. What is the role of the villages in our process of development of our territories? So we choose and we gather 6 villages, 2 in each one of the 3 regions. So we gather 6 villages, 3 regions in 2 countries, and we build one network to enable driving villages for current and future generations. If you go to the next slide, we see almost a kind of human evolution in this slide. But in villages, we don't give back any one of these modern instruments. Initially, we start to signalize one physical intervention in each one of these 6 villages. But when technical assistants go there to the ground to help us to develop our project, they understand very quickly that it was impossible to make a vertical dive in each one of the 6 villages to help us to develop this project. So we go from physical interventions to conceptual and to strategic framework to help us develop our project. If you go to the next slide, we find some areas of intervention, some priority areas of intervention that we call building blocks, such as culture, mobility and accessibility, livability, self-sustainability, and so on. And if you go to the next slide, in each one of these blocks, we are breaking down each one of these blocks in a co-creation workshop process in each one of the 6 villages. And in all the villages, the most developed areas were seen as culture and livability. And the less developed areas were seen as economic viability and mobility and accessibility. It's the same in everywhere. So we share the same problems, we share the same challenges. We need common ground and a common understanding of what are the paths for the future. If you go to the next slide, this is, we celebrated in Dornelas do Zezer, in my village, the Europe's Day in the past May, and we bring together children from school between 6 and 10 years old to share with us their own vision about the future of their village. The future, we must to build the path, but the children must understand, and everybody saws that children understand very well what are the challenges of the future. If you go to the next and last slide, we have some things that we have already learned. First of all, the first result is a conceptual framework that gather all the problems and all the challenges that we have in face, and we have also a roadmap to apply in each village to help us develop a strategic plan for each one of our 6 villages. We have already formally defined a network of cooperation between the 6 municipalities that we have signed in April in Coimbra, and some learnings. For us, sustainability is live not close to nature, but in the nature, living inside the nature. Aesthetics, we must honoring the beauty of the landscape that's surrounding us, and the inclusion, it's the power of very close connection and remote networks. Some recommendations for the future. We need strategic planning in each village. We need also to find financial instruments to help us, an ample range of financial instruments to help us to transform our villages, and we need naturally technical assistance and multi-scientific areas to work directly with tacit knowledge, with the knowledge that we have in the village. That's all I have to share by now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rui. I think it's great to have you all here, also seeing the different territorial dimensions of each of your projects, how NEB can be implemented at neighborhood level, at regional level, at even cross-border level. Now we move on to the rounds. So we'll have a round per NEB value, let's say, to dive closer or deeper into how each of your projects contribute to each of the core values of the NEB. But before this, we wanted the audience also to interact with us a little bit, because we've heard here a lot about sustainability and what that actually means for each of the projects. And I think we've heard about financial sustainability. We've also heard about, naturally, biodiversity, involvement with nature, and so on. We'd like to also hear what the audience can associate with the word sustainability. And I think after this round, we will see the results of what each of you have attributed to this topic. I'll hand over to my colleague Sebastian to start off.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Yes, I will start discussion. We would like to decompose European Bauhaus in 3 principles: sustainability, inclusion, and aesthetics. Our first round is about sustainability. We would like to ask all of you to think about what sustainability is connected with in your minds, in your emotions. But stay open, listen to what have been said here, because maybe that will also bring you to some new paths and some new connections. Sustainability is a very broad word, but overall we can say that it's a life-saving mission, because what it's all about, just to save a life on the planet, for us, for other species, for our descendants. And I would like to ask each of you, what actions did you carry out when preparing your projects that brought the sustainability principle and in your project very viable and recognizable? Can I ask to answer Eric first?
About sustainability, we are very focused on energy terms. So the sustainability principle is the DNA of our project. As also mentioned, the main objective of the project was to foster an energy transition in the city through different and interconnected pillars. Very important to create a public, private, and citizen structure to improve the governance and to make possible the energy transition. On the other hand, the project aimed to buying and supplying the 10% renewable energy to the main of our housing. Also to carry out comprehensive energy efficient renovation of the city buildings and exemplary purpose. We have a lot of buildings to be needed to be refurbished, and it's very difficult to move these works. Also to create a local currency to incentivize energy savings. We think will be a good manner to implement a new governance and also to improve the local commerce. And finally, to create training programs and learning spaces to improve energy culture in the city. For example, one-stop shop, an office for the people and so on. All the pillars were interlinked to enable together the energy transition. Today, I will mainly focus on the renovation pillar. The project aimed at carry out a pilot demonstrative initiative to show and test the benefits of building renovation address to improve the energy efficiency. Later we go deep, but we selected 3 buildings in the middle of the city, in a very dense part of the city, and in the middle of pedestrian streets and very commercial access.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So energy transition, energy savings, and carrying out with the works that will save the usage of the buildings that you're refurbishing. So now the same question to Peter. I remember that it was last time we spoke, you also said about this capacity building. So this is also interesting how to, because I believe that this is the case, how to you manage to make this sustainability as a common desire within the community you work with.
Yeah, I mean, they have to transform from coal. No, they have to go back from what they actually love to do and lived on for a long time. So that's one thing. But when it comes down to actually building, we know that the existing stock is something we have to use. So for instance, in Germany, we have a big debate right now. So how should we heat our houses in the future? And how can we do it not with new buildings? That's easy, you know, a new building you can set up and do everything new and sustainable. But what do you do with the existing stock and also with the existing matter? So the problem also is the gray matter, because most of the CO2 emission is caused when you build the building. So you should use what's already there, and that's what we plan as well. So that means that we are looking at the existing stock, not only in terms of buildings that we use, as you saw, the historic buildings, but also the stock that can use in terms of building materials. So what we plan to do is to have a material database to actually collect in the first place, so what's there for material in a, let's say, radius of 10 kilometers, for instance, that you can use, that you don't have to transport, which is another cause of CO2 in the building area. So that's what we think about. And overall in Germany, we, as I said, we have actually the challenge to how can we transform the existing stock for usage, but then also to run these buildings. So how to heat and how to use them. So these are the big questions for us, and we want to address them in our project as well.
Thank you very much. So that's very inspiring as well. So how to reuse what is already there and how to find a solution which is very important in Bauhaus, especially how to use the materials that are available on hand instead of wasting time, money, and the planet for transportation long time. Thank you very much. So now the same question for Ricardo. I believe that you have a lot to talk about because the project is so broad.
Yes. The point is that, Sebastian, when we are talking about sustainability, probably everyone here in the audience have his own idea, and there's no wrong idea on this, because probably you are going in the right direction. So, but what we are doing with in our Horizon project is try to be sustainable, of course, in many different ways. We are, as I said before, we are working on energy efficiency, which is definitely a path to go toward the sustainability. And we are working with innovative small and medium enterprises, local enterprises, in order to have the more sustainable, let's say, solution in order to providing a material energy solution, all the things we need to support, our work in the social house districts in the 3 regions. But what we are really doing to be sustainable is to identify potential financial tools, because, as I said before, this is one of the dimensions of the sustainability, and without funding, we can have thousands of ideas and the more innovative, but we will not be able to put it on the ground, and to apply concretely in our case in social houses, but in any of your projects. So we are looking for funding. That's for true, and that's why we apply for the Horizon Europe, but we cannot implement all our plan or our project with public funding or chasing the support of the institution. So we have to implement tools and instruments in order to get funding and to be sure that our plan, which cannot be limited to 2 or 3 years, we should make long-lasting plan, for houses and in our case for our districts. And to do this, we need funding. And that's why our contribution is mainly this one, but we work in parallel with all the other concepts of sustainability. That should be clear. Of course, we work, of course, for the environment, or for also for the beauty, because this is another point of sustainability. The beauty will last, but yeah, that's the contribution of the Supershine project.
Thank you very much. So financial sustainability, as you said, was. You want to?
Yeah, maybe one addition and point that Ricardo made is, I think at some point, as he said, you have the public phase now for the NEB, no? But at some point you have to think about, so how do I get the private money as well incorporated, so that it's not only dependent on public money. And in our case, we are actually thinking about, if you as you saw the area, so what can we offer them as well? And what you have to do, I think, is to give them some regulations as well and some criteria. Say, this is the area, you can use it for your project, but it must adhere to the NEB values. You cannot do something that is not sustainable or not inclusive. You have to do it. And then the investor can decide, okay, do I want to go for it and use this area for this reason or not? I think at some point it must happen.
Yeah, if may I? Yeah, that's particularly true. And just to be clear, we work for a cooperation between the public and the privates, and we work in the financial analysis in order to demonstrate that we are making, a business, so that this is what the private funding are looking for. That's the truth. But working in close cooperation with the public, so that there are a lot of instruments to be implemented for achieving this goal, and we are trying to work on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So financial stability and thinking on how to make this project viable, for example, in Germany, that they could finance themselves in the future. This is very important because, as you said, we cannot run these things only on public money, and somehow it should be independent. And as soon as people understand that this is profitable, that will happen. So now our last speaker. And you were talking about this approach that several villages around the border were also addressed with ideas on how to implement NEP, but it was differentiated because each village has different needs.
Yes, that is true. As I said before, we don't have physical actions on the ground until now. We have developed this common approach between municipalities and the regions. But we know that we need to go to the field and to transform our villages and also the public spaces in the villages to encourage people and to stimulate also private sector to invest with us. But in our co-creation sessions, we had defined some elements that help us to foster sustainability in our intervention, such as the use of natural materials, area-based techniques and solutions, emphasizing relations between local know-how and technical and scientific knowledge. We must opting also for mild interventions and nature-based solutions. Interventions focus on the qualification of public spaces, stimulating the enjoyment of those spaces on foot or using soft modes of transport, as well as on-site productions and business. Also rewilding areas using indigenous plants. It's very important for us. As I said before, we live in the nature, so we must bring nature back to inside the villages. And also promoting organic and family farming. We produce what we eat in villages, or the most part that what we eat, as a structuring element of ecological balance, and to give us also ecological services, such as cleaning water and so on. And we must reconnect with nature through its structuring elements, such as water courses, mountain rides, forests, agricultural fields. And we aim also to create spaces that encourage healthy habits and daily enjoyment. And finally, we want also to create in each village peaceful spaces that encourage the contemplation of the nature and the day-to-day life of people. So I think it's putting together tacit knowledge that we have in villages with scientific and technical knowledge, but using local materials and local solutions and nature-based solutions that we find locally and that we cannot lose in the path.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, we have discussed only sustainability, which already shown how NEP is reflecting the circle of life, because diversity is the only way to get the sustainability. And this is diversity of the project new approaches that shown us. Thank you very much. And now we can see the outcomes of the Slido on how you think about sustainability. If we can ask our friends, okay. People, that's true. Recycle, green, future. Symbiosis, planetary boundaries. Ownership, local identity, way of living, care, education, environmental impact, respecting Earth resources. That was saying here. But people are the most important. That's great because this is what the NEP about. This is about building communities and it's building this common desire of making better future. Thank you very much. And now we can go to the second round. My friend Anna will lead it.
Thank you. And actually, throughout all the speeches already and the discussions, it's clear that inclusivity was present even when we're talking about sustainability, indeed, as we can see the result of the first Slido. So the second Slido will be very much in the same spirit. So it's about what you associate with inclusivity. So again, I welcome the audience throughout the presentation to join in with what you associate, what word you associate with inclusivity. And we will dive right back into the discussions with the speakers. And starting with Enric.
A question. Can you clap your hands very loud? Because I'm afraid the room 2 is winning. And it's possible? Please, clap your hands. Thank you very much. Well done. No, go on.
Go on. But so, Enric, tell me what actions did you take really in your project where you're really promoting inclusivity?
Well, in Vilabat project, inclusiveness is another key element of the project. The energy transition process was designed in order to leave no one behind, obviously. A big communication and engagement strategy was carried out in order to achieve all the citizens adapted messages and channels to make energy efficient, understandable and attractive to all the citizens. As regards to the renovation pillar, it should be mentioned that it was initially focused in one of the highly dense districts, as I mentioned, with all buildings and with no energy efficiency standards and with an historical working profile. The renovation process was carried out also as a participatory process. All neighbors in the 3 buildings have to come to an agreement to decide to take part in the renovation process. Once selected, the City Council and neighbors work together and collaborate to define the actions to be carried out in the building and the dwellings. That work was very difficult because every dwelling was owned by one family, one different family. The buildings were not of one tenant. There are very I think I remember in the 3 buildings there are near more than 20 families living there. It should also be mentioned the different learning communities that were created in order to inform and train different targets in energy efficiency. Vilabat spaces for the people and general neighbors, Vilabat spaces for schools, Vilabat spaces for professionals and business related to energy, all intended to create an energy efficient culture in the city. And it also should also be highlighted that one of the ultimate goals of the project was the creation of a public-private citizen partnership to improve energy governance and autonomy. The PPCP is composed nowadays of the city government around 65%, the Barcelona metropolitan area near 15%, and the Citizen Association for Energy and Business Association almost 10%. And finally, as regards to the energy crisis, it also hit the Viladecans project, of course. In this framework, the energy supplier that provide energy to Vilabat users failed, and a new procurement process was carried out. However, the city nowadays is developing a new beloved pillar, which the law didn't not allow during the UIA project. The city is working hard to promote energy communities in the city in order to foster the energy local production and its democratization. However, as you might know, this is not an easy task, and we are facing many of the challenges.
Thank you, Enrique. And I would go to Peter. What I found interesting at first when you were discussing is also the tools you're trying to use to, for example, they are to really engage the people and show them what the future could look like. And I found that very interesting. I don't know, of course, please speak about your project, but I found this very also an interesting approach.
I mean, this, I can elaborate a little bit on that. So the one side is, I don't know how familiar you are with these techniques, but on the one side you have augmented reality, where you basically use, for instance, an app that you can program and then see, and actually the people, like the inhabitants, can use it to see with their smartphone. So how would these different concepts look like if it's placed here? So what they use by their own. And then in virtual reality, the picture that you saw is you have to really have a big setup with a programmed twin of how it looks like, and with the ability to actually move within this virtual reality. You get some specs on, and then you can run through the building, actually, not only visit from look from outside, but through it. But this is something we want to use. Then standard like approaches, as I said, like working with stakeholders together. You saw these Lego buildings there. That can be some creative way to do it as well. And then one thing we want to use are the so-called Bauhaus agents. These are, it comes actually from a cultural education background. It was actually developed by the historic Bauhaus in Saxony-Anhalt. And what they want to do is specifically with children and schools work together to develop these kind of future scenarios. So it's a more target-focused approach, but I think it can make sense, and it's already applied. I mean, I think this is overall the challenge. We do these first lighthouses. So for instance, in our case, we set up a dedicated JDF call only for the new European Bauhaus, and there can be some projects developed, but then they must carry over and spill over to the other infrastructure projects that we have in the just transition. So it was mentioned before, Commissioner Ferreira also referred to it, that what is about the bridges, what is about like the kindergartens we do, like the streets, so industry sites, stuff that you actually don't look in the first place, but this is part of the environment as well. So we have to think, so how can we transfer it from these lighthouse demonstrators? And I think that was the idea of the first call, lighthouse demonstrator call as well. So how can the transfer actually happen?
Thank you, Peter. Ricardo, please, same question.
Yeah, okay. Let's go deep in the social dimension of our projects. Peter, it's right, you know, we are trying to collect experience, information, and probably to build success cases to exploit and export in other districts, and hopefully have new lighthouses all across Europe. But I tried to mention this in the opening. When we work with the social community, so with the local community, and in our cases, it's particularly relevant because we are working with social houses, okay? So with people that really had deep needs of basic needs, okay? We are talking about this, and all the intervention that we want to plan and finally implement in the districts has to be fully agreed and participated by the local community. So the tenants should be, let's say, one of the center, and we have to run encircle and put the tenants in the very center of our activities. Just to go straight to one concrete example, so we about 1 month ago we made co-creation activities in Palermo. It's in Sicily. It's not part of our 3 lighthouses because, as I said, we keep on trying to widening the fields. And we are trying to work with the Zen district. If you don't know it, it's a city in the city of social houses, and it's a very critical district in which we can find many different kind of people with different background, and most of them just don't have the right to stay there. Okay, they are simply occupying the places, but they are there, so it's their house, but no one of them is feeling to belong to that place, you know. And so what we discussed together with the public authorities and with the owner of the social housing is how to involve the people, how to succeed with our plan, because we cannot plan from the above and just put in this district, because we will fail for sure, 100%. So they have to be involved not only in the planning phase. So sometimes we make co-creation activities. We go to the people and say, okay, how do you want this? How many spaces do you need? And so on, you know. But what they really need is just to be involved, be an active part, not only at the beginning, but during and after. So be involved. We are working on energy efficiency, and so we are trying to equip the buildings with renewable energies and with innovative material. If they're not going to be involved in the future maintenance and the support of what we have built, you can bet in a week or even less, everything has been sold. Okay. Because they don't feel like we are working as we feel that they are the real beneficiaries. So we have to involve people really, and they have to feel that they are really involved. And I think one of the potential solutions, and we discuss also with the enterprises, not only small and medium, but also with the big enterprises that have to carry out the work for refurbishment and energy efficiency, just to find a way to involve them in the future, not only in the planning phase. But it's not easy. We have rules, and it's not always feasible. But okay, we are starting potential solution, but we have to start to think about it if we want to succeed, in particular in the most critical area and most critical districts like this one, but there are many others. This is just an example. So yeah, my recipe is just to talk with the people in every single phase and involve them deeply in every single phase, so at the beginning, during the refurbishment work, and after.
Thank you, Ricardo. I think it's really interesting because here you see clearly how the inclusiveness component and involving the people also contributes to the long-term sustainability of the project. So you see really the integration of the values very much at play. Hui, please, we would love to hear from your project also, the work you did and the actions you carried out in this field, please.
For the villages with small communities, inclusion is the key factor. To have better villages, we need better communities, more engaged communities. It's a participatory process, a co-creation process, but also a confidence building process. So for us, all interventions that we will put in place are aimed at public spaces that are freely accessible. Interventions must guarantee universal physical accessibility and will safeguard also digital accessibility. the intergenerational aspect will serve as a key vector for the action in an effort to create pleasant and attractive spaces for being enjoyed by all generations. The spaces that we had chosen at the beginning and that will be intervened, they are natural interfaces with the surrounding villages and thus already take on this role by nature. These interventions will be designed and will seek to incorporate different cultural events and coordinate them with the spirit of each one of the villages. The options for the transformation of each of these places will be formulated together with local communities, of course. It was impossible to do other way, and will incorporate their own ambitions too. They will create meeting places that stimulate the value of coexistence and dialogue between different users and uses. And also the interventions must create spaces equipped to receive different actions as folk, artistic, cultural events in the same spots.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rui. I think we need to speed up a little bit so that the audience can also ask you questions, of course. So let's go to the results of the Slido and to see what words the audience has associated to inclusivity or inclusiveness. Okay, so I see accessibility, indeed diversity, symbiosis, come stronger, compassion, together, but also people. People is the guiding thread of the new European Bauhaus, clearly, and is present in all the values. And community. I think it's very, very interesting. I see also just transition, so indeed I think it's a very key part of also the projects shown here today. I will hand over to my colleague again, Sebastian, to guide us through the last round, and then we open up to the audience again.
Thank you very much. It's my favorite one, aesthetics or beauty. So if Ricardo said about the sustainability, which is different in everybody's minds, so think about, buckle up, because now we're going to talk about beauty and how this can be perceived in everybody's head. So the Slido, which will be shown in a second, will be dedicated to the answers concerning how would you describe differently aesthetics or beauty. And we would also like to discuss with our panelists here about that, because all the work you've been doing, this has been like a process involving the communities. And when we talk about aesthetics, this is very personal, very intimate words. So when you wanted to present some kind of common approach that will satisfy everybody, which I believe wasn't very easy challenge, an exercise, but somehow you managed. And this is what we'd like to ask about. How did you manage to find this somehow overall common perception of aesthetics and beauty in your communities?
Well, even though this was not a central axis at the beginning, several actions were carried out in relation to aesthetics. Firstly, as regards to the building renovation, all renovated buildings were built before the 80s with no energy efficiency measures and with very simple construction methods. So Vilabat project helped to renovate the surface, the exterior of the buildings, to ensure, obviously, more efficient, but also more aesthetic buildings. But the renovation inside the dwellings also improves significantly the comfort of its inhabitants. We changed the the windows, all the external isolation and the roofs. In addition to this, it was monitored beauty, as after 1 year of the renovation works, we carried out several parameters we measured in order to analyze the impact of the renovation measures carried out. And finally, we also like to highlight the aesthetic spirit that impregnated all beloved activities. In the sense that since energy efficiency was not a popular concept in the 2060s, great efforts were carried out to organize all beloved activities and materials in a joyful, game-like way to capture citizens' interest and make it more accessible and attractive. Lots of street actions for children, families, neighbors were carried out. For example, the beloved song, beloved juice, an ice cart was created to give ice creams to those citizens who ask about the project. All the activities help to raise awareness and increase visibility in the city. Perhaps we work very hard in the culture of the detail, because for us it's very close to the concept of beauty and aesthetics.
Thank you very much. Same question, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, our project is still under development, but in the end, it must serve the challenge we have to face. As you saw, we have a lot of abandoned houses in the city of Zeitz and a lack of attractiveness. And this is something that could happen again with the coal phase out. So people moving away that are earning good money today. And we have to address this fact. And apart from the other aspects, so sustainability, this is more a technical solution. Inclusiveness addresses the one that are actually the stakeholders, but then beauty is something that can raise it also for a wider audience. So make it an attractive place, and this is something this project must deliver on from my point of view. And this can be very subjective. And for me, the aesthetics is well connected with the inclusiveness part, because this is a perceptual thing. We should ask the ones that use it in the end what they perceive as beauty, and can be a little bit more experimental. So we don't have to have these strict standards from my point of view in terms of beauty, although there are some of them. So I think this is something we still are developing, but it must serve the objective that we have at hand.
Thank you very much. That's very wise. That aesthetics is extension of inclusiveness. Ricardo, the floor is yours.
Yes, it's so true. Yesterday morning, just a brilliant answer, because from the audience in the plenary session, the question was about the beauty, and I mean, beauty, it might be something useful for the people, something in which they can recognize themselves. But I want to switch the thinking to a particular point. Let's think at the starting point. Okay, so if we are working with social houses, and you live in a cube with one door and a few windows, so what's going to be the beauty for you? So let's try to change our perception. It's okay, because we have seen a lot of beautiful projects, beautiful houses here and beautiful buildings. But I just want to go back to that point. Beauty is also what makes you feel at home, in a comfortable position, and we are looking for that, for that results for the social houses in our districts. So that's our goal, the main goal. And then, of course, if we can have Archistar working for us and making something innovative and super good for all the people, and we go on the magazine, okay, we will be more than happy. But our goal is to allow the people to feel comfortable, to feel at home, and to feel in a place that they belong.
Thank you very much. Amazing. Louis?
Yes, that is very, very interesting and very important to stress that point. Nothing is more beautiful than nature and then the nature life cycles. But nothing is more beautiful than that take care of each other. I think those 2 points are very important. And in rural areas, in villages, we must promote rural identity as the foundation of the know-how and ways of living and being in the villages. That is very, very important. So if we do so, we create spaces that are authentic and that are that people feel as home also, not just inside their house, but in the whole village. I think that is very important. But we must bring expertise and different and contemporary perspectives to local knowledge, and local ambitions also. We need some disciplines such as the architecture, the design, the landscape design are very important to create those spaces. And in addition to functional dimension, all the interventions must be designed to foster artistic expression and creation also in the village, in ensuring conditions for exhibition, shows, and other cultural events that bring the world and the European spirit and the urban spirit also to the village inside the daily life communities.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to see, well, the outcomes of the Slido on aesthetics/beauty. Can we ask our colleagues? Happiness. Wow. That's very beautiful. Happiness, attractive identity, art, nature, as you said, attachment, love, liberty, ananas on pizza, togetherness, emotions, perceptions, transformative, desirable, 205 GTI 1.L6L, Renault, was it? Or ease of use, ethics. Thank you very much. So that was quite interesting and inspiring, especially ananas on pizza and this 205 GTI. Move to Fundao. Okay, let's do this right now, everybody. Thank you very much. And now this is the floor to yours. And now Anna will also can lead you. If you have any questions,
yes,
please do not hesitate and ask them now.
If you have questions, please raise your hand and I can take the microphone to you. If you have questions for one of our projects, or for us from the audience? No? I see there are no questions because we went to...
I just want to add something,
please.
So after the intervention from Rui, so the nature is really important, for just for what the people feels. It's not only in the houses, also in the office. It make people more productive. And yeah, I forgot to mention this because in most of the social houses district, we do not have enough nature, and your project or focus on local plants, on local nature. I think it should be part of also of one of the districts that has basic needs, and I think this is one of the basic needs of the people. So thank you for mentioning, because I really forgot to say this, but okay, it's really important to me, and this is part of the planning in one of our districts. In Riga, for instance, we want to to build a district in which the people have the will to go. Not only for those who currently live there, we want to make something attractive. But we are talking of social housing anyway. But so with public parks, with green, with plants, not only with intervention on the single buildings. So that's a really crucial point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody who would like to raise any issue or ask a question? Okay, so I think that we can conclude that. As you can see, we had representatives of 4 different projects from 4 different parts of Europe, from 4 different communities or groups of communities in terms of Ricardo. But we can see that overall the European Bauhaus is part of the European Green Deal, which is a very technical definition, but European Bauhaus, it's a European Green Deal with kind of magic in it, because whatever you could see that without this energy between people, without this striving from a heart that connects people together around some common desire for better future, it wouldn't be possible. So for me, it was an honor to meet you guys, and because people who are the leaders in your communities, that you gave up your time, your energy, part of your life to that. And just a conclusion about what you have said, because Ricardo, you said that beauty will last. So I would propose that the motto of the session would be, in order to put every principle in one sentence, beauty will last for everybody. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon, and we will look at your projects. Thank you very much, and thank you to all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Audio Hub Preview.
Hello, everyone. We are almost on the big moment. I just ask for a bit more of your patience. We will try to start at 4, and apologies for this delay. We're almost there.
Welcome to the third edition of the new European Bauhaus Prizes. Adding a cultural and creative dimension to the European Green Deal, the new European Bauhaus promotes beautiful, sustainable and inclusive places, products and ways of living, matching sustainability with style. Architects and engineers, community organizations, students, scientists and teachers, artists and designers. The new European Bauhaus Prizes celebrate all changemakers contributing to this transformation of our living spaces and lifestyles. From revitalizing urban neighborhoods to restoring natural habitats, the projects submitted to the prizes come in many shapes and forms. In the European Year of Skills, we want to celebrate all those experts, students, educators who help us take the future in our hands. The 2023 prizes will reward projects with a positive impact on learning and education. We celebrate grassroots champions, local initiatives, and the brave ideas of rising stars, the young people at the front line of the new European Bauhaus. We want to make sure that their efforts thrive in the right environment, and today, urban spaces are also in the spotlight. Cohesion Policy's European Urban Initiative will invest in more sustainable, inclusive and beautiful cities, big and small, across Europe. The first 14 urban innovative actions dedicated to the new European Bauhaus will be revealed today. So who will be the winners?
Madam the Commissioner, dear finalists of the new European Bauhaus Prizes, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a very good afternoon. It is a pleasure for me to welcome you all here in this village in the city, a sustainable village. Now, this venue, ladies and gentlemen, is a vibrant example of what we are actually celebrating today. A historical industrial site in the heart of the city, the center of Europe, Brussels, which has been beautifully reshaped to promote inclusion and sustainability with a subtle mix of private, public and associative sectors. More than a century ago, and that is of course nice to know, this place was built to host the production of a well-known tonic spirit. Now, I doubt we will need that drink this afternoon, seeing the energy and the enthusiasm we can already feel here in this site. And this, of course, is just the beginning. Now, this year, we will be announcing 15 winners of the new European Bauhaus Prizes, but also, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the innovative actions of the European Urban Initiative. But who better to tell us a little bit more about these prizes than the Commissioner Elisa Ferreira herself. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello, here I am again, and thank you very much. So let me, in this third edition of the new European Bauhaus, let me start by thanking not just the 61 finalists that are here with us today, but also the more than 1,400 applicants for this year's competition. 1,400, it is a lot, eh? So it is in fact your creative projects, your brilliant ideas, your excellent initiatives that are responsible for the success of the new European Bauhaus. Big thanks, sincere thanks to all of you. And today we have a double celebration, as just announced, because we are also announcing the 14 winners of the first call for urban innovative actions under cohesion policy. This is really a novelty. As a place-based and bottom-up policy, Cohesion empowers local actors and supports, as you know, grassroots initiatives like prize winners we will see today. This requires significant investment to change our urban landscape in big, in small cities and towns, in line also with cohesion objectives, of course. And this is why it was agreed to allocate 8% of the European Regional Development Fund, so the FEDER in French, ERDF in English, to projects and priorities identified by cities based on their own sustainable urban development strategies. And this is also why we have established this year, and that's what I referred to, a European urban initiative to support cities of all sizes, to build capacity, to build knowledge, to support innovation and develop transferable and scalable solutions to urban challenges of European relevance. And I am particularly happy that the first call for such innovative projects, in which we are going to allocate 65 million euros under the European Urban Initiative, was in fact dedicated to actions that embody the spirit and the principles and the values of the European Bauhaus. Our thanks to everyone who submitted such good projects, setting in fact an example for others to follow. And I'd also like to congratulate and to thank the La Région Hauts-de-France and all those who have organized this call for actions, because it is quite difficult and also difficult to select. So thanks also to the jury. All the projects here today, both Bauhaus and innovative actions, are a step on our path towards what we can call a sustainable future. And most of all, your motivation to transform our reality, making it more sustainable, with better quality of life, accessible to all. This is our motto, this is our movement, this is our goal, this is New European Bauhaus. So welcome to this third edition, and let's go to the next phase, which is one that I'm sure that a lot of you are waiting for. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ferreira. I think you are absolutely right. We can feel the tension in the room. We will not keep you in suspense any longer. I guess you are all eager to see the results of the prizes. Now let me quickly explain, it won't take long, but let me quickly explain how things will go this afternoon. We have divided the ceremony into 5 categories, into 5 sections, 4 categories that we together will present as we go. And in each of these 4 categories, we have 3 different strands, if you want. The champions, the rising stars, and the education champions. Now, the champions gather existed and completed projects with clear and positive concrete results. The rising stars, as the name says it, are all the concepts submitted by young talents aged 30 or under 30, so or less. And the education champions is a brand new strand that we integrated to celebrate the European Year of Skills. Now here we have initiatives focusing on education and on learning, both completed projects as well as new exciting initiatives. Now, after the prizes winners announced in each category, we will welcome also on stage the new European Bauhaus winning innovative actions in the European Union cities. So, a lot of explanation. The exciting part is about to start now. Who are the winners? Let's find out. And of course, we're starting with the first category, reconnecting with nature. Now, these projects bring individuals and communities closer to nature and invite them to reconsider their relationship with the environment. They can contribute to the regeneration of natural ecosystems and prevent biodiversity loss. Now, the finalists of all the 3 strands are, and this is the time that reconnecting with nature The finalists, here we can see them. These are the 3 stands I was referring some minutes ago. And now more precisely, the champions finalists. There we go. Exactly. And since there can only be one winner, Commissioner, may I kindly ask you to announce the winning project of the champions strands. The winning project of the champions strand is, ta-da!
Well, I don't want to spoil it.
I think they're waiting for you. If everyone is waiting.
It's called Ripple.
Ripple! Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. We, of course, will take a picture, but maybe first a few words. I know you also have a video. Come closer, so the photographer can do his job. Tell us a little bit about how you feel.
Thank you. Thank you so much for recognising the value in this project. We're delighted to accept this, particularly on the members of the team that aren't here. So other people from University College Dublin Centre for Irish Towns, Ballina Green Towns, the local council, the artists and the landscape architects that we worked with, but principally as well the local community and Creative Island, the funders who made the project possible to happen.
And do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, just thank you to everybody. Sorry here, and it's been a great 2 days learning about everybody's projects.
Okay, congratulations. Let's make a nice picture. I don't know if you did that already. Yes? Okay, another one. Ta-da! And then we'll have a look at the video of your projects. So here we go. We continue immediately by having a look at the finalists of the Rising Stars, that is Strand B. Let's firstly have a look at the finalists. There they are, and then it's up to you again. If you get the envelope, Commissioner, you can announce the winner of the Rising Stars. The winner of the Rising Stars, ladies and gentlemen, is...
It is Noi Ortradini Community Garden in Mantera.
Congratulations. So tell us, how do you feel?
Very grateful, first of all, to people who voted us and believed in the potential of our community garden, and also we will keep on with the good work and keep involving the stakeholders by doing multi-level engagement. So I also would like to thank the other team members, the University of Basilicata, Matera Hub, and all the other organizations that help us a lot with this project, and we will keep applying the values of the new European Bauhaus as we have always been doing since the beginning. Thank you.
Now, I know it's very difficult. Let's make a picture. I know it's a very difficult choices to make, and we really want to know more about this project, but I know there's a video, so I just want to congratulate you. You can sit down, and I invite the audience to look at what the project is about.
Also, the other two projects were very good.
The other two projects, but we'll look at yours.
In 2020, during the pandemic, Andrea felt the need to leave open spaces and to give an occasion for rebirth to his neighborhood, Serra Venerdì, that always suffered from a bad reputation. Following his example and inspired by his commitment, a group of young people started to support him. They all realized the high potential of this initiative to generate social inclusion and feel an active part of shaping the future of their town, Matera. But the effort to keep all of this going on is huge. This is why they need help to push their project farther. The future is now, and they're shaping it every day by taking action in the first person and inspiring other European citizens to do the same.
A beautiful project indeed. Now here are the finalists, ladies and gentlemen, of the Education Champions, and that is Strand C. Let's have a look at all these finalists. There are 7 in total. Very difficult choice, but of course only one can win, and that winner is...
Well, I don't know where paper is, to be frank. I don't know. Okay. Floating University, Berlin.
Congratulations. So I guess you hoped, but maybe you... What were your chances, did you think?
I mean, that was really tough. There were so many amazing projects in the category. And I think one of the unfortunate things here is that...
Only one can win.
Exactly. And I think that this is really a moment to realize how important it is to support these types of projects happening all over Europe. And one thing I want to mention is that I am just one person representing an association of 50 people that make this project happen and care for this special place, which is a polluted rainwater basin in Berlin. So thank you so much for your support.
Congratulations, and we will have a look at the video. Maybe first the picture. Commissioner, we need you back. We need you back for the picture. No, it was not taken yet. Congratulations. Let's have a look at the video.
Floating University is located in a polluted rainwater basin in Berlin. It is a place for asking questions. Experimental water systems are constructed at every possible avenue. Water cascades down the laboratory stairs and spirals through a series of bathtubs. Filled with plants, mushrooms, biofilms, sand, activated carbon, mollusks, and bacteria. A membrane filter turns rainwater into drinking water. A moving bed reactor uses bacteria to break down complex compounds. We are trying to make the polluted basin water clean enough to swim in.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to turn to the European Urban Initiative and the winning innovative actions in this category, regenerating urban spaces. I'd like to ask you, Commissioner, to tell us a little bit more about this particular category.
Well, this is one category in the new package of urban support, and these are projects that focus on the regeneration of urban areas abandoned or experiencing difficulties, the development of green infrastructure, or the improvement of universal access to safe, open and inclusive green and/or public spaces. And we have received a lot of excellent examples that will help us, definitely, to reconnect with nature in these cities. So now, let us see who won this
Yes,
category.
exactly. Which are the cities with the best regenerating urban spaces? There are different cities, I've heard, so that's not, we're not talking about one. Yeah. Here they are. Of course. These are the winners. Yeah, you can announce them. We can already see them.
And the winner is Urban Biodiversity Parks, Turku, Finland.
Yes, so tell us a little bit more about the project.
First of all, thank you so much on behalf of the whole team of the City of Turku and our partners. We are incredibly excited and honored because this project will help us address the pressing challenge of biodiversity loss in growing urban areas, but at the same time regenerate suburban neighborhoods with creating community and co-creation activities.
So I understand we're going to call them all on stage, right? Is that right? I'm just looking at the... They're all winners. So Interact Green, Relaunch Town, Time to Adapt, Urban Biodiversity Parks, WhatsApp and WeZ. You can all come on stage because we don't only have one winner, you're actually all winners. So please all come on stage. So, yes, please, 3 on my right, 3 on my left. That is the good news. That's the good news. So we have different microphones, so I of course want to hear a little bit more about all your projects in 30 seconds, of course. Maybe I'll give you one mic as well. So tell us a little bit more about your project.
Yeah, we are very proud, very exciting moment, but we have to transform this neglected area of our city in a very incubator of urban regeneration in order to help people, fragile people, and first of all, young people of our district.
Okay,
Thank you
good.
very much.
And what about you? You are?
We are from Interact Green in Varaždin, city of Varaždin, and we are, with this project, we are making our forest, with this nearby Varaždin, a new space for urban space for something sustainable for our citizens, not only for citizens of Varaždin, all citizens of our region. And we are grateful for recognition these projects from the European Urban Initiative, and thank you, Mrs. Commissioner, also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What about you? Which project are you from?
Yes, it's a Time to Adapt project.
Which one? Yeah. Time to Adapt, okay.
Yeah. I will talk in the name of Audrey Linkenheld, the Vice President for Climate and Ecological Transition of the European Metropolis. And it's time to adapt for temporal innovative measures and experimentations to adapt our cities to climate change. It's a set of actions which aimed at providing more cool places. And I mean both refreshing and nice, beautiful places open to citizens and reducing climate vulnerabilities on time-based experiments, of course. So thank you
for the prize.
For the prize.
Okay, what about your neighbor? Yes, tell us.
Yeah, we are from Mechelen, the city
in
Belgium. And
so that is here,
there.
what's up? Yes.
And we have a very beautiful river, the Dijle.
Yeah.
And the goals of European Union about the biodiversity, about nature, about clear water, we are going to make it happen. And we had also in 2020 the Green Leaf Award from Europe. And now you give us the enormous opportunity to make it happen in Mechelen more and more. And we want to connect the citizens of Mechelen with the nature again, and the nature also with the citizens in the city itself. And I want to thank you for this opportunity, but also Nicole, who has made it possible. And I invite everyone in a few years in Mechelen
to come to Mechelen.
Yeah. To see the results. Thank you.
And what about you?
Hello, everybody, dear Commissioner. As a Deputy Mayor of Burgas Municipality, I am very thrilled that our city is among the winners this
Which
evening.
city? I didn't hear it, sorry. From?
Burgas Municipality. Our project
Burgas,
is
from Bulgaria.
Relaunch Town Inn. This is a project about inclusiveness, a project about innovation, and this achievement shows our commitment that we could manage to do our place more beautiful, more inclusive, and we could go and back to nature.
Okay. Thank you very much for this explanation. I want to applaud you. I think we can make a nice picture. All come together, please. Yes. Commissioner, yes. All come together. Maybe you in the middle, Commissioner? Yes. You want to stand there? Yes. Okay. Smile. Yeah. Okay. Well done. Well done. You can all sit down again. Now let me see, where are you? Where are we? That was a lot of people on stage that are all going down again with happy faces, bien mérité. Now let's get into the second category, regaining a sense of belonging, ladies and gentlemen. These projects restore the feeling of belonging and foster intergenerational exchanges and community building. They connect us with our local historical heritage and with our traditions. They also build on local culture and know-how. They can consist of physical transformation of places. They can also be fashion, furniture, interior design, food, or other elements of our daily life that build on local cultures and traditions. Now, it's up to you to announce who the winners are, but maybe let's first see the finalists in the three strands: champions, rising, and educational champions. The finalists, we can see them here. Then we focus more on the finalists of the champions strand, the strand A. Here are the finalists. Voila, you can see that there are 10 finalists. That's quite a lot, very difficult choice. But again, only one winner, Commissioner, and the winner is...
And the winner is Sacromonte Caves Museum.
Sacromonte Caves Museum. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah. So, Francisco and Christina.
Wow, I'm shaking.
You're shaking?
Yeah, like,
I can
oh my
feel
God.
it. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much. You know,
Don't look at me.
Thank you to all of you, and we are so glad and a bit nervous, I have to say. And this project is already for 20 years. We'll not be able to do it without all the people that was working with us. So we want to say thank you to all of them. And I think I'm gonna cry.
You can. And what about you, Francisco?
I'm so excited, I'm so happy. And I can remember of the neighbors of the Sacromonte, the neighborhood of Sacromonte, and it's a pleasure for us.
Thank you.
Okay, give us your nicest smile.
Wow.
Congratulations. Let's have a look at the video of your project.
All the streets in Granada are like this. They are full of these stones, rounded by water and the track of time. Painted with lime, the caves of Sacromonte have been the home of the most needed. Today, this special place welcomes us. A place where the neighbors and the visitors meet and share their traditions, their feelings, their music, their culture, their knowledge. Federico García Lorca said,
"There are things buried into the walls which, if they were to suddenly come out onto the street and shout, would fill the world."
Okay. After the champions strand, we have the rising stars strand B. Let's dive into these finalists. There are 4 finalists in this category, or this rising stars strands, with only, of course, again, 1 winner. And the winner of this strand is Commissioner.
Well, it is Nature's Library.
Nature's Library. I'm dying to find out more about Nature's Library. But first, maybe before, we also have a video of your project, but tell us a little bit more about the goosebumps that you feel now. You first?
Yeah, we were talking this morning about all this experience just coming to Brussels, spending time 2 days just walking around with people, meeting extraordinarily motivated people. There was already feeling like winning this, and yeah, I'm still quite shaking. Like I couldn't expect that it's gonna be, but yeah, thanks for everyone that made this opportunity, and also I guess it's not only an achievement; it's also a reminder to keep working, to keep pushing the boundaries, to integrating urban nature in cities and also including communities. So this is really exciting. Thanks.
Okay, now, shall we take a picture and then look at the video of your projects? Yeah, there. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. You can sit back down.
Nestled in the heart of Vilnius Old Town, where the Augustinian monastery used to be, sits a forgotten courtyard. Surrounded by a diverse community, a church, a university, schools and local residents, it is the epicenter of the area, yet currently overlooked and unused. Nature's Library is going to change that. It is an art installation and community space that weaves together the threads of sustainability, inclusivity and heritage. It draws its inspiration from the past as materials reflect different layers of the area's history. Rainwater is collected and reused, embracing the principles of circularity in nature. Here, the community can nurture and cultivate various herbs and spices and learn from them. It becomes a focal point for everyone to meet and interact. Nature's library embodies the spirit of unity and explores a future where nature and humanity could coexist in harmony.
And then our education champions, Strand C. We also have some finalists, of course, in this strand. There are 6, with one specific winner regaining a sense of belonging. The winner of this strand is...
In fact, the winner is Science in Migrant Communities.
Congratulations. So, tell us, I'm just looking at your name, Afonso. Yeah, Afonso.
So, this is amazing. I would like to thank the European Union for this generous and forward-looking prize. I think it will go a long way in achieving our objective of making science available for everyone and making science a more diverse endeavor. And I also like to thank our partners that have supported us, like Instituto Camões, and the scientists that dedicate their effort and time to participate in our workshops.
Congratulations. The picture is taken, I think. Yes, 1, 2, 3. And then we will have a look at the project. Thank you.
Maria, consegues dizer-me o que é isto?
Isso, uma escova dos dentes.
E isto?
Fácil, umas sapatilhas.
Ok. Então e isto?
Isso são os peixes do meu pai, mas ele nunca usa.
Pois é. E sabes que objeto é este? Esta era difícil. Podes tentar dizer-me em português que planeta é este?
Em português?
E esta imagem representa o quê?
Sei dizer em inglês, mas em português...
Beautiful projects as well. Now, after announcing the winners of the 3 strands, it's now time to discover the winners of the European Urban Initiative in the category, you remember how we did it in the first category, this time in the category Preserving and Transforming Cultural Heritage. Now, Commissioner, what type of projects are we looking for?
Well, in fact, in this category, we are looking for projects aiming to preserve and offer equal access to cultural heritage or transform heritage sites with a high social purpose and a low carbon footprint, of course. The theme also covers the mobilization and combination of vernacular knowledge and know-how with new technologies for contemporary solutions and products connected with local heritage, very much in line with the idea of regaining a sense of belonging. That's what we are talking about here. So on this...
We have more cities, again, not only one, but there are more winners, more winning cities. Please do us the honors of announcing who the winning cities are.
Yes, in fact, we have 2 winners in this category. One of them is S4T, and the other, there are two, and the other one, don't be sad, the other one is Imperfect City.
Thank you. Not yet. Congratulations. I really like all the names. And let's start with maybe the... Wait, I'll give you a microphone. Thank you. And I'll give you another microphone at the other end. Maybe let's start with the Imperfect City. I really like that name.
Yes, thank you for being here. We are very proud to have been the winner of Imperfect City. And it's a project who takes, its center is an old school of journalism. It's going to be torn down. And now it's a cultural center with an art museum and for psychiatric patients and young people out of work are training and are now belonging to and very proud of being a part of this building which was supposed to be torn down.
Okay, congratulations. Very interesting. I'm dying to hear more about it. And then the S40, the second winner.
Yes, thank you. Our project, the idea is to transform our train station into a community hub where we can develop regenerative, innovative, inclusive action in order to contrast climate change and face biodiversity challenges of our area. Dear Commissioner, it's an honor to be here. And thank you, and see you next year in Rovereto.
Congratulations. I don't know how we can take this picture, but we'll try. Congratulations. Okay, as I said in the beginning, we have 15 prizes plus the extra ones. We are now coming to the third category, prioritizing the places and the people that need it most. Now, let's mix it up a little bit. Commissioner Ferrer, would you like maybe you to introduce this category?
Well, in fact, now it is the third category, so it's we are announcing. I'm not sure if you show also the video.
Yes,
now?
we will show normally the title, the prioritizing the places and the people that need it most, and then we also, here we are, yes?
Yes.
Here you can see the finalists. Yes. All three strands are shown on the screen. I don't know if you want to say a little bit more about this category or you don't think it's needed.
Well, it's well known, so it's prioritizing people. So now we go for the champions, so projects that are already built and that deserve this recognition. And we have them there. I don't know if they are going to occupy the whole of the screen. It's
yes.
The green part, yeah.
The finalists of the first champions, we can see it here. There are three, as you can see. And again, only one winner this time.
Yes, and then on this, the winner is Aalborg East, from isolated to inclusive.
Congratulations. A whole team, a whole team. So who's going to do the talking? Are you going? So you cannot speak for everybody, but I guess the excitement and the suspense was quite strong.
Yeah, it is. To be honest, just before we went up here, we said, when we saw all the other projects, we said, we have no chance here, not at all. And my companion has said, oh, now it's Aarhus. We never win in Aalborg. Aalborg is not of Aarhus. But we have it, and we are so proud, and we are so happy to. Mrs. Commissioner, thank you very much. And I have to say thank you on behalf of all our tenants. It's easy for us to stay here and say thank you. But all the people who's living in our apartments is the most important thing in the progress to develop area like this. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Well done. Now, these were the champions, and we have Strand B. Let's have a look at the finalists of Strand B.
People are moving to Aalborg East because it's a good and safe place to live. Unfortunately, it hasn't always been that way. 15 years ago, the area was worn down and many apartments were vacant. The neighborhood was plagued by dissatisfaction, criminal gangs, and insecurity. That's why we started a transformation where the residents had a real say. Together with the business community, associations, and the municipality, we have reversed the trend. Now more than 4,000 inhabitants are thriving, and they have better life opportunities. The district is in growth.
Legepladserne og fællesskabet er bare rigtig godt.
Jeg flyttede herfra for at studere, og så kom jeg tilbage igen.
Jeg vil ønske, at alle beboere havde muligheden for at skabe samme forandring.
Samarbejdet mellem sektorer giver rigtig, rigtig god mening i Danmark og i hele Europa.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we had to see what the project was all about. And it's now that we're going to have a focus and more closer look to the finalists of the Rising Stars, the Strand B. Here they are. Let's have a look how many finalists we're talking about. 5 finalists. And of course, again, one winner. Mrs. Ferreira?
Yes, and we have so many good projects. But in fact, the winner is called the Saga, a healing journey through play.
A healing journey. Congratulations. A healing journey. We want to find all about it. What kind of healing are we talking about?
First of all, I want to say thank you so much for supporting us. This project was actually a second semester project at the Master Strategic Design and Entrepreneurship at the Royal Danish Academy. This project really got the chance to do something super meaningful, working with Saga, a former patient, and her mom, helping us to co-create this playground. Yes, thank you so much.
Congratulations. Here, let's have a look at the video. And then finally, Strand C, the education champions. The finalists in this category are shown here on the screen. 7 finalists in total, and the envelope is being opened right now. The winner of Strand C of education champions is...
In fact, it is the new Design Lab Russe.
Congratulations. So I'm just looking at your name because I like to, Svetlana. Svetlana, it's so nice to be on a podium and to see happy faces come on the scene all the time.
I'm extremely excited because I'm the lucky one from this organization. They're all busy currently with their next transformation and they were the ones who realized the project. So great job for them. And I think this project is an example that change is possible even in one of the more remote parts of Europe on the Danube in Rus in Bulgaria. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Place à l'image pour ce projet-ci. Okay, you guessed it, time now to reward the winning cities of the European Urban Initiative in the category Adopting and Transforming Buildings for Affordable Housing Solution. Yes. Okay, there we go. Now, we have different cities, again, to mention and to reward. And these cities, Mrs. Ferreira, the winners are...
Well, in fact, in this category, we have several winners. We had a lot of proposals, and we even decided to enlarge a little bit, so much as was the quality of the proposals, and also the importance of this issue. So I'll start without, the order doesn't mean anything. So we'll have several. The first one is share. I'll go on immediately. The second one is AHA, Budapest. And it doesn't stop here. We have another one, and another one is called Rock the Block. And the last one is Soft Academy.
Congratulations. Are you there or there? Ah. Okay, so who is going to start? You are from Budapest.
Yes, we are from Budapest, and we are very grateful for this support, which represents a great step in our mission to fulfill in terms of creating a city with affordable housing for all, with a very important sideline, the imperative of climate neutrality. So, yes, thank you for all the people who were part of this action to put together the proposal, which was very successful. And yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. And then you can give the mic to your neighbor from Share.
Okay, thank you so much. I am Javier Ayala, the mayor from Fuenlabrada, one of the best cities in Spain, of course. I want to say you that we know that we have a big problem with the houses, and we are going to take the all schools to transform in houses for all people, and then for co-living, and we take the houses of the old people to rent for young people. And then this is our project. Thank you so much.
Okay, well done. Yes, Rock the Block. Where does that name come from? Rock the Block.
Well, I'm Dimitris from the city of Egaleo, a Greek municipality. Rock the Block is what actually this means.
Is what?
It's actually what it means. We try to improve the daily life of our citizens with affordable housing, and this is very important for us.
To make them rock.
Yes, yes. I would like also to thank my colleagues, my partners, and I would like also, on the behalf of the mayor, to express our thanks for all that. Thank you very much.
Okay, congratulations. And then finally, the Soft Academy.
Yes, on behalf of the City of Tallinn, I want to say a huge thank you. Our project, Soft Academy, is about developing a community engagement tool to be used in the renovation of our building neighborhoods from the 60s and 70s in Tallinn. So thank you so much.
Okay, great. Congratulations to all of you. Maybe come a bit closer for the picture. Let's have a look. Well done, well done, well done. You can go back and sit down and just enjoy your victory. So, it's getting warmer and warmer over here. Lucky it's raining a little bit outside. We had a dry run on Tuesday, and I tell you, it was like a sauna. Today is okay, but it's also, of course, the excitement we feel and all the winners and all the positive energy that makes it even warmer. Now, category 4. We already have the fourth category, starting with the prizes Shaping a Cultural Industrial Ecosystem and Supporting Lifestyle Thinking. Now, these projects contribute to the transformation of industrial ecosystems towards more sustainable practices in a spirit of circularity, taking into account relevant social aspects, a hot topic, of course. Now, let's delve right into it and discover the winners with you, Mrs. Ferrari. First, let's have a look, yes, in this first strand, the finalists. Here are the finalists. We have 3 finalists, but again, only one winner, and I believe you have the winner right in front of you.
I do have the winner, and it's called Tova.
Congratulations. So, I'll give you the microphone so you can share your excitement with us.
Sure, thank you so much. Of course, first of all, I'm going to say that if I stand alone here, it's absolutely not representative of the situation. We've been already more than 100 people involved in this project, collaborators. In a couple of words, this project is about making a hole in the ground, bringing a robot and actually turning the earth into a buildable material and making houses with it. So earth is interesting. It's a very good material because it is locally sourced, because it doesn't need any energy in order to become a building material, and therefore it doesn't contaminate. 3D printing, which is being used more and more in the construction industry, very often with concrete, is a technology that is interesting because it is digitally driven. So not only it's wasteless, but also we are able to work with digital methodology in order to create a lot of, let's say, diversity in the design. So that means that we can little by little escape formats of standardization in construction to make sure that not everybody has to live exactly in the same house, regardless of the climate, regardless of the resources, or regardless of the social structure in which we live. No? So hopefully, little by little, we can make more and more houses in which people can participate not only in the design, but also in the construction, and have a house that is adapted to their own needs and to their own context.
Okay, very good. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. Well done. Time to discover the video.
This is Tova, a building that was 3D printed with earth. So this is a story that started about 10 years ago, where we first had the dream to take material from the ground, to not modify it, an absolutely natural material, to put it through robotic technology and to make buildings out of it. Buildings that are fully functional, like this prototype that we have here, which is a building that hopefully in the future, both you or us could live in.
So earth construction, a traditional craft that was present in Europe for centuries, is now finally industrializable thanks to technology like robots, computers, and all the design tools that we have. And we can bring back this technology to make a sustainable, inclusive, and affordable construction that we also hope will be a beautiful one.
Okay, then we continue with the next category, the Strand B. Let's have a look at the finalists of the Rising Stars. We're talking about 4 finalists, as you can see here on the screen, with 1 winner. The winner is...
The winner is Creative Factory Shop.
Wow! Wow, wow! I like your shoes.
Thanks so much. It's fashion.
Yeah, it's fashion. Tell us more about this creative spirit.
It's a new model for the fashion industry, and instead of buying, we are helping consumers to make their clothes and their accessories with local workers, local craftsmen, and with local materials too. And we started this prototype, with the help of the Ministry of Culture in France, but also with the help of the Hauts-de-France partners as well, textile partners, schools, also shops too, young designers. And we built a community out there which helped us to create this new collaborative public system, and we want to bring it further. And I would like to thank my team too, who is currently in Paris, and they're actually showcasing this prototype in an exhibition at le Bureau des Ateliers de Paris. And the exhibition will be on until July 8th. So if you're in Paris, you're all welcome to come. And our opening night is next Tuesday.
Wow! Thanks for the invite. Congratulations. Well done, huh? Et on regarde la vidéo.
From now on, we all know about the global issues of the fashion industry. Let's turn off our screens and meet. What if we could stop mass producing items for the world and start valuing the many crafts of our world? What if we would stop buying clothes and start making our own by learning skills from local workers and craftsmen? What if we could discover the stories behind our textiles by upcycling material dead stocks from local companies? What if we could build a platform where fashion enthusiasts and professionals could meet by using design as a language? If locals from Roubaix made it, the creative factory can be reinvented anywhere by any locals from Europe or from the world. Let's learn from each other as one big creative community.
Very inspiring, all these projects and all these finalists. The last strand in this category, the education champions. We can see them here. There are 4 finalists: Building Beyond Borders, Land and Hand, the Green Free School, and World Fair Weltaker Roten Klempenau. I don't know if I pronounced it well, but it must be something like that. The winner is...
And the winner is Land and Hand.
Land and Hand. Okay, so tell us, I'll give you the microphone, a little bit more about it.
Thank you. Very emotional moment, and I think it's very important that an event and a project like this exists within the EU, because we're here together with all people who give a voice to something that didn't have a voice before. And that in itself is, of course, a political act. As we all know, we met the most fantastic people yesterday and today. And our Land and Hand project is trying to give a voice to lots of young people in the Netherlands who will be the projects of tomorrow, who will lead them, and who don't necessarily have a voice now. Plus, it gives a voice to the landscape. Because the landscape, as we all know, it is so important that we start to recognize that we are not superior to it, but that we coexist with it. So, well, I'm extremely proud. We have a huge team. Few of them are here. Others are at home. Lots of students that participate with us. And thank you so much.
Very good. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations. Let's have a look at your video. Huh? Well done. Picture. Picture, picture.
In today's climate of mass production and overconsumption, we've lost touch with how our stuff is made. We order online, DHL delivers, we trash it, and we have zero clue of the steps in between. We used to recognize the surrounding landscape in our materials and products, but local craftsmanship is struggling now. Land and Hand is a project that focuses on restoring the connection between landscape, materials, and craftsmanship. As designers and makers, we take students into the landscape and introduce them to the manufacturing industry specific to the area. By connecting education and design, landscape organizations and production industries, we build sustainable local networks and value chains. By connecting head, heart and hand, we establish the cyclical awareness today's world so desperately needs.
Okay, now let's discover the cities rewarded by the European Urban Initiative in the category construction and renovation in a spirit of circularity.
Well, just to make visible what we are trying to see or to value in this category. In fact, this category covers projects focusing on building renovation or construction with carbon neutral or positive performances and full circularity in mind. This is really needed. It entails considering emissions in a full life cycle approach, truly a circular life cycle thinking. So let's see the winners. And the one winner is Nature W. Nature W. There is no one from here.
And what about the other cities?
Okay, so there is no one from this project, but there is probably someone from the next one. And the next one is Vienna S+T+ Art Center.
Well done. Well done, well done. I guess your words and your smile must probably concord.
Yes, many thanks. We are very, very happy for this project. This project is start project. We will convert an older slaughterhouse where we kill lives in the past, and now we are creating new things because the project have starts. Science, technology, and art all combined in an ecosystem, in a place with neutral carbon. Many thanks. We are very, very happy.
Well done. Congratulations. And we're taking a picture and then looking at the video. Well done, huh? I know there's no video. Yeah, of course, with this category, there are no videos. Now, we're nearing the end of the ceremony, but before, let's discover the projects chosen by another kind of jury, that is the public vote. Very important, of course, also the citizens who voted. Now, imagine around 45,000 votes were submitted online this year to decide who are the 3 public vote winners. Yes. So, Commissioner, do you want to address a word?
Yes, I will. Because I think it's so important that people outside this room are engaged and are interested, that I really couldn't, announce the winners without thanking all those that were engaged in public vote, because they are also our partners. They are part of our community, I think, the NEB community. They had the power to choose 3 winners, 1 under each strand. It leaves me, really, really glad to see so many people voting, so many people interested, participating, and following the different projects and ideas submitted to the prizes. So this is, in fact, a very special jury, the jury of the public opinion on specific projects.
Okay, now let's have a look.
Let's go through categories.
Strand A. Strand A, let's...
In fact, I don't think we will have any video here.
A jingle normally, but maybe it's already...
And the Strand A is Community Garden in Podgorica.
Chosen by the public. Brit, chosen by the public. Is that maybe, I'm not going to say the most rewarding prize, but it is definitely particular.
Yes, in Montenegro we are a small country, but I think that we all voted. So thank you to Montenegro, to our leadership team, our watering team, our volunteers, and this great little place we get to create together to celebrate nature and time together.
Okay, well done anyway. Well done. We'll take a picture. And then we'll look at the video.
Urbana Bashta Podgorica literally translates as the Podgorica urban garden. In the local language, no equivalent exists at present for the community garden concept. The practices we are experimenting with and the diverse foods we are growing are not the big story. Along the way, we realize that the most unique thing we are cultivating is a place where everyone belongs. A space where the needs of others are valued above our own. A haven in our city where community can flourish.
And then another public vote in the Rising Stars strand. The winner in this strand is...
Well, for young people projects, we have the public voting for roofscapes.
Congratulations. Yeah, well, I guess the best way to reach the stars is to start from the roof, right?
Yeah, thank you very much on behalf of the whole team. This is an honor and a surprise as well. And it's been a great 2 days. We're mostly based in Paris, but it's been a very good opportunity to take some of our questions to a broader European perspective. So thank you very much.
Okay, very keen to discover. Very keen to discover your project.
Against the adverse effects of climate change striking European cities, urban vegetation is the best mitigation strategy. However, the lack of available spaces at the street level limits greening efforts where they're needed the most. This is where roofs hold enormous potential. Currently severely underutilized, they cover up to 1/3 of a city's horizontal footprint. Most roofs in city centers are pitched and cannot be adapted with existing solutions. But what if we found a way? By installing lightweight timber platforms on top of existing buildings, Roofscapes transforms those unused rooftops into accessible and green spaces, allowing all buildings to contribute to urban resilience through passive cooling, biodiversity regeneration, and water retention, while offering shared gardens for all communities to thrive. Roofscape's mission consists in adapting our European architectural heritage to the environmental and societal challenges of our era. Let's increase our city's resilience while creating outdoor spaces that are sustainable, beautiful, and inclusive.
Now, at the beginning of this ceremony, we had 61 finalists, and 14 have already been rewarded. So that means 45 if I count. From Kortrijk. Congratulations. Gefeliciteerd. That is also
Dank u wel.
Dutch.
Thank you so much. I have to thank the children of my school. I have to thank my sons, because they gave me the inspiration to change their school grounds. The school grounds are the places where our children from Europe are being every day. If you look at them, they are dull concrete surfaces. We are changing them. They have to be green, they have to be inspiring, they have to be sparkling. That's our mission, that's what we do. Thank you so much for this wonderful award. Thank you.
Een foto. Gefeliciteerd. We gaan naar de video kijken, which means we're going to look at the video.
Welcome at the Klimaatspeelplaats of St. Paulus School, Kortrijk, Belgium. Together with a team of landscape architects, parents, government, and people who are expert in play and learning outdoors, we have realized this amazing play and learning landscape. We have found solutions on heat stress and bad air quality by planting lots of trees and shrubberies. And we are collecting over 150,000 liters of rainwater to be used in our sanitary blocks. Our school ground now has become a wonderful space for play and learning outdoors, where our children and teachers can enjoy their breaks and where they can take their lessons outside. We have created one climate-adapted school ground here, but what if we could create more playgrounds like this? And why not all over Europe?
Now, I'm sure you've all been very inspired by all these projects, and I guess you're dying to network and to find out more about each other's projects, to have a glass and something to eat. Networking is just around the corner. But I just heard that the representatives of Ukraine are here amongst us, and they would like to say a few words to you, actually. So maybe this is your chance, maybe to come on stage. The representatives of Ukraine, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hello. Hi. Hello.
Thanks so much for having us here.
Hello, hello. So, I will give you a microphone. And I don't know who wants to talk, you or...
So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to be a part of a great and so large European family with such values to build, to construct new European Bauhaus. Actually, in spite of the work conditions, we are in Mykolaiv already in the process of development a new master plan that is based on all these beautiful, sustainable and together values. So thanks for this invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here.
You want to say?
Thank you for invitation and support. It is very important for the occupied city of Skadovsk. We have thought that we are part of the European family. And I hope that next year we will be able to present our Skadovsk city restoration project on this stage in European Bauhaus, New European Bauhaus, sorry.
We really just wanted to thank you for embracing us in your family, in the family of European Commission. But most importantly, that we were able to get inspired and energized by you, by this amazing network of NEB family. So thank you very much of you, and we really hope that we will use, hopefully, most of your cases, most of your accomplishments, and that you'll be eager to share with us, so we do recover Ukraine in a beautiful, sustainable way together with you. Thank you so very much. I'm sorry. It's a very tiny token appreciation of a very small souvenir from Ukraine. Just, you go ahead.
It is sealed, indeed.
Sealed. It is sealed. So, this heart.
It matches your dress, green.
It matches my dress. And here it is.
Yeah, it's all produced in Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
All eco-friendly materials.
Oh, that's...
Of course, the Ukrainian
flag.
Sorry, we bring it everywhere. We just... Yeah.
Of course, the flag. Oh, and with the colors.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much. Yes.
Hope you can enjoy it.
Thank you. We can.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, we've come to the end of
Wait a minute. I just wanted to thank you, because you thanked us, but you are doing an incredible job for all of us. So we are together with you. We did what we could to support you during the war, during the income of all your citizens, particularly women and children that had to escape the war. We are grateful for you. We are grateful to you. We are grateful to you for your inspiration, for your courage, for your incredible capacity to raise, fight, and fight for European values. So that's why it's values that put us together, and so you are part of our family. And we just wish that very, very soon we'll be able to help you in reconstructing. And reconstructing, of course, NEB is an inspiration, but all of us will be really interested in joining you, in helping you, in sharing experiences, and in bringing Ukraine back to the splendor of the past. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we've almost come to the end of this very exciting award ceremony. The last few words are for you, Mrs. Ferreira, if you want to say like a closing, little closing speech, or not too long.
Well, I think words are too many in this event now. I think we said it all, in a way. And I think we couldn't have closed in a better way than this one. But I would like just to make some final comments to underline a couple of aspects that I think were present throughout this day. And of course, my first words are words of congratulations. Congratulations, of course, to all the winners. I was looking at your faces when we were announcing, for instance, the Rising Stars, and I could see in your faces saying, why not? Why couldn't we do this? Yeah, it's the youth energy. They are bringing new ideas, and your faces were saying, yeah, why not, huh? So why not is in fact something very, very relevant in the ways that we are living through. And of course, all of these projects, the ones that are already accomplished, the ones that are just ideas, interesting ideas, the ones that come from, of course, proposals, visions for the future, they all are good examples, examples that we can share, that we must share, that you can interact with each other. And I would also like to underline that, in fact, these prizes, they are not, I mean, real prizes. They are just symbolic. They are just to stimulate this discussion. But, I mean, it was very difficult sometimes to select a winner when you have so many good finalists. That's why all the finalists, I think, deserve a big applause. And a big applause to all the ones that were here. A special word to tell you that, of course, some of these ideas, even if they have not received this award, of course, it's my appeal is that municipalities, that managing authorities, that they go through the portfolio of all the projects that are ideas, that are proposals. Maybe they can be supported because they have gone through a filter of quality, of value added. So why not asking all the managers that are sitting here to take a closer look at winners and also to the ones, in particular, the finalists. A special word also to salute the participation of the Western Balkans. We had a winner. I mean, it's important, Montenegro. So we need really to spread it. We are trying to spread it, and we couldn't have a better closing than the one we had with the presence of our members of the family, of our Ukrainian friends here, and to give them a little bit of warmth from the heart, not physical, but from the heart. They don't seem to need more courage than the one that they already have, but probably it is comfortable for them to receive a hug from us. And this is the hug that we wanted really to give to them. And now, apart from congratulations, apart from these messages, let's take a closer look at all the projects that were prepared, that were candidates. I really, I need to thank very, very much all those that came here, that participated. I already made a reference, but it's never too much. Those that are online, those that voted. And in particular, I wanted to salute the quality, of course, of your management of the session, but you are a professional, but also of Gonçalo, Tatiana, and Julia. They were absolutely amazing. They are our staff, so congratulations to them. Let me give also a small word to people in my cabinet that are working, permanently, in particular Simeona Manov. She's really... And my last words are just, thank you very much, keep going, it's worth doing it. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, now this is the end of the ceremony. The next challenge will be very interesting because first I would like to call all the winners on stage for a picture, everyone together. Then after that, you can stay on stage, all the finalists have to join, and then after that, all the winners of the city. So I don't know how you want to do that, but that is the idea. So first, all the winners, then all the finalists, and then all the winners of the cities.
Okay.
Thank you and have a great afternoon. We did it okay. We did. Yes, wait. Just a picture.